Ready? Welcome, everyone. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, and we are at Carmel City Hall for a special meeting budget workshop. I will call this meeting to order at 4 p.m. City Clerk, will you read the attendance options and public comment instructions and guidelines, please?
First, I'll do roll call. Councilmember Byrne?
Here.
Councilmember Buder?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Dramov? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Yes,
All are present.
thank you.
And now
Now
I'll
you can read
the public comments. The public may give public comment in person or via Zoom teleconference, provided there's access to Zoom during the meeting. Zoom comments will be taken after the in-person comments. During special council meetings, public comments are permitted on items listed on the agenda. After each item on the agenda is introduced, the mayor will invite public comment on that item. Each speaker has 3 minutes to speak unless otherwise adjusted. While stating your name is optional, it helps to identify speakers in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted.
Thank you. If this meeting is going past 6:30, we will take a dinner break right around that time, just so you know. And tonight we have 2 orders of business. Item 1 is to conduct a workshop to receive a presentation to the fiscal year 2026-27 recommended budget and provide direction. Before we get into the substance of tonight's workshop, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the people who have made this process possible. To Finance Director Jamie Fields, Assistant City Administrator Brandon Swanson, Accountant Jane Hogan, and the entire city staff, thank you. Putting together a budget of this complexity with this level of transparency and discipline is not a small undertaking. The work that has gone into this process reflects countless hours of careful analysis, hard conversations, and a genuine commitment to getting it right. It does not go unnoticed. To the members of the Financial Stewardship Committee and to the entire council, your engagement and oversight have been invaluable. You have asked hard questions and pushed for clarity, and the community is better served for it. And to the residents who have attended our previous workshops and are here today, thank you for showing up. A city budget is not the most exciting thing on a Tuesday evening, but the people in this room understand that it matters. Every dollar we allocate reflects a choice about what kind of community we want to be, and your presence here signals that you take that seriously. Tonight, we continue that work. We have a $41.3 million budget to consider, a significant deferred maintenance challenge to address, and real decisions to make about how we balance what we spend today against what we are building for in the future. The goal tonight is to understand fully what is in front of us, consider the options on the table, and give staff clear direction so we can move toward final adoption on June 2nd. So let's get to work. Brandon, would you like to kick off the meeting?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by echoing your thank yous. Certainly Jamie Fields, Jane Hogan, and Marissa Bermudez played such a large role in getting this done, and also our financial stewardship work group, which I've also had the pleasure of working with. We're back 1 short week later after introduction of our draft budget, and for those that have been paying attention and counting as we go along, we're going to have this workshop, and then we're going to come back in June for adoption of our budget. One of the things I want to highlight for those that don't know, what we've been doing since the last workshop is answering questions that we received at the introduction of the draft budget. That Q&A list, it stands at 58 questions right now, all of which have been answered, and very thoughtfully. Kudos to all of the department staff. So that was an exercise in everyone getting assigned questions and taking time to write really thoughtful, meaningful answers. So if you haven't looked at that document yet, it's attached to this staff report. It's also up on our city website under the finance department's section. And that document will be updated as needed as we go through the rest of this process. And as always, it gets published with our budget when it gets adopted. So keep an eye out for that. It's really important. As the mayor said, we've got a serious goal tonight. We're looking for additional clarity from the council, from the community, as you've had a chance over the last week to look at the budget. We want any important policy direction built into the budget tonight from the council. Are there things that we need to do more of, do less of, adding, removing things, items, dollar amounts, all those things are on the table tonight. This is meant to be a true workshop, so it's meant to be conversational to some extent, so that we change the budget as needed. For example, at the last meeting, even just the city staff, we took notes on things. We're adding when you see the budget come back next month, we haven't changed it for this workshop. It's still the same one you saw last week, but when you see it come back next month, you're going to see $5,000 added to community promotions. That was an ask from the council. We're going to have an item that we're going to put on there that we feel really strongly about as staff, and we've talked about a little bit, adding a piece of equipment to our vehicle maintenance, vehicle equipment in the CIP that would actually put a piece of equipment down at the beach that would allow our firefighters and our police to safely access people when they go down there. If there's an emergency, what it will do is we can spend about $60,000, $70,000, and it will prevent us from having to urgently spend a couple $1 million to fix the sand ramp. We've been working with our fire partners to come up with a solution that can save money and still keep people safe. Our fire chief and the fire captains have all endorsed this idea. So we're going to be adding that to the budget. It's something we're going to be bringing forward to council for adoption in June. That's an example of the type of things that we hope to get from the council and the community tonight that will make the budget better and stronger. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Jamie Fields, who's going to run us through the presentation, which is always wonderful. Jamie, you do such a great job, and thank you once again to you and your team for getting us to where we're at now. It's been a wonderful journey.
Thank you, and good evening. So let's start with the budget in detail. Thank you. So when we were last together, we looked at the budget on May 5, and that was a summary. Then we asked everybody to get questions in. From May 5 to today, we have the same set of numbers, but now we're going to look at them in a lot more detail. And hopefully between our detail today and the Q&A, we're going to expose more ideas and answers around there. And as mentioned, we analyzed the questions that we received in the Q&A, and then we have either added slides to this document or this set of slides to answer some of those questions, or we have added discussion notes to answer some of those questions where we saw that that was a frequently asked question. So hopefully that's helpful, and of course the complete Q&A is available. The purpose of today's meeting is to look at the proposed budget, projected revenue, projected expenditures, projected fund balance, and then we have the CIP list that we had approved at the last meeting. And then what we want to do is get changes from the City Council. The budget is a puzzle made up of three pieces: operating expenses, capital outlay, and revenue. Regarding capital expenses, the city's identified a list of approximately $100 million of deferred maintenance. The community and the city have made it a priority to address this, resulting in a 10-year plan to resolve the deferred maintenance needs of the city. The budget reflects the first year of that plan and the right sizing of the project management staff to do that. In order to address the necessary capital outlay, the city must address its operating expenses as the second piece of this puzzle. Administration is committed to fiscal discipline. Multiple meetings with department heads and transparent sharing with the Finance Stewardship Work Group have resulted in meaningful spending cuts to help fund capital outlay. The city is seeking to maximize its impact with reduced resources. But addressing operating expenses alone is not enough to finish the puzzle. Revenue is the missing piece. The city is utilizing informed, aggressive forecasting for its plan. It's trying to balance operating needs against the needs of sustainable revenues. At the same time, every dollar counts as the city seeks to address those capital outlay needs. So three pieces of the puzzle working together. As we see in the budget at a glance, if the City Council approves the budget as presented, the city will be using $2.2 million of fund balance to cover costs. Those costs are largely due to the size of the CIP budget, but even operating costs consume a significant portion of budgeted revenues. Because the draft budget currently includes a total operating expenditures equal to 84% of budgeted revenues, the city felt it would be easier to start with that proposed 84% budget base when considering what direction to go from. So we'd originally talked about a what if and different scenarios. We're not presenting different scenarios, we have one, and we're starting at that lower number. With that, let's take a look at revenues in detail. First, we'll discuss the city's revenue sources. Then we'll look at the overall revenue trends, and we'll focus on major revenue streams, and then we'll look at projections going forward. At a glance, the top three revenue sources are sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. Together, these are 78% of the revenue that we have in this city. Sales tax comes to us both from primary statewide source, often referred to as Bradley-Burns, and the local Measure C, or district tax, which goes until 3032. These three are the three legs of the stool that hold up general operations of the city and also fund its CIP needs. The remainder of the revenues is comprised of charges for services and other income, which includes fees, grants, and interest income. We're going to look at that in more detail. Historic trends. The top three revenue sources are volatile. They have been generally trending upward in recent years, but their growth is slowing, even as other cities are seeing decreases in these revenues. Major revenues performance. For the coming year, we've continued a change on how we're budgeting. We're attempting to forecast revenues not yet collected in the current year and then build on that for the forecast in next year's budget. Next year's revenue assumptions include property tax increases of 2.5%. That constitutes reliable, steady, continued funding. As the housing market potentially softens, we are not assuming that we will see revenue bumps that we've seen in the past from home sales and business repricing. Next year's revenue assumptions include increases in sales tax and Measure C of about 1.8%. Consumer spending is likely to remain stagnant due to inflation and uncertainty causing higher prices. We have not budgeted for decreases that other cities are seeing around the state. Next year's TOT assumption is for an increase of 8.5%. Compared to the industry forecast decrease in the current year, where we actually did budget more than what they were saying. We already were kind of aggressive in the current year, and it did pan out. But for next year, we're trying to be moderately aggressive, reflecting potential travel and consumer spending and fluctuations in room as some projects come online and some projects go offline. Now, charges for services, we don't look at that very often. The city is not allowed to charge fees in excess of the cost of providing the service. But when serving individuals, it's important that the city charge its costs to the individual and covers them. Two large areas where users incur costs and we collect them are building, which is budgeted for $977,000, and ambulance, which is budgeted for $1.4 million. Half of that is based on our historic ambulance activity, and the other half of that's based on this new contract we've signed to be reimbursed for out-of-area runs. So together, that's a pretty big number. Altogether, this is a total of $3.6 million. Other revenues, also a smaller part, but very important. It includes special purpose taxes that we're allowed to collect, such as business license taxes and franchise taxes. We also budget for grants and transportation pass-throughs generally as they're collected. Non-departmental includes budget for interest income. The city's being much more aggressive when it comes to the interest income budget. But it should be noted that the city's investment portfolio is currently very liquid as we determine what our cash flow needs are, and therefore it is subject to interest rate risk. So, general revenue outlook. Fiscal year 26-27 or 25-26's revenues will end the year in good form fiscally. We will remain diligent and cautious as we face economic uncertainty and instability due to interest rates and market volatilities. The new reality, new norm remains to be seen. Is there going to be a decrease in hotel occupancy and travel patterns? Those can be temporary or they can be uncertain. Will trends continue as an indication of permanently modified habits? Again, this kind of softening or leveling off of the growth we've seen in the past. Our tact is less conservative than it's been in prior years when it comes to the revenue number. But the good news is the tri-annual budget process allows us to get a chance to look at this right away and make revisions as needed. And so with that, that's a quick high level of revenue budget. Are there any questions? If not, then we'll go on to expenses. All right.
And just to be clear, if you have a revenue question at the end, you're welcome to come back to it. This isn't your only chance.
One might prompt the other one. All right, expenses. The majority of the city's expenditures are for the cost of employees and other costs of providing services to citizens. So in this graph, we see 18.5 million employee and employee-related costs, 14 million of providing services and supplies. Capital projects spending is, again, a big number at 8.5, and debt service is minimal. At a glance, looking at total expenditures, as noted previously, we see salaries and benefits are the largest expenditure that the city makes. They constitute 36% of total spending and 46% of our operating spending. Outside service expenditures is also significant at 27%. The majority of that is fire and ambulance. Now, if we look at the expenditures by function, we see that Public Works and Police come in at number 1 and number 2, with citywide, which contains our annual required contribution to the unfunded liability. CalPERS sends us a bill that makes it come in third. It's about $3 million. We'll get to that. But first, staffing. This is a quick glance at 8 years of staffing on the upper left. We see staffing dropped in 2021 during the pandemic when positions were cut, but staffing levels quickly were restored and have been steady after that. The current year reflects the same, with the exception that ambulance staff have moved out from the FTE count as the City of Monterey has taken over. Staffing at a glance. The graph again gives us a department view of expenditures with a focus on salaries and benefits only. In this graph, we see that spending on police salaries is number 1 at 32% of salary and benefit costs compared to 26% of FTE costs. Public Works comes in number 2 on this one. If we take a look at it on a department level, after fire and ambulance, the biggest contracts for services are those that occur in Public Works. So this is the detail of the Public Works budget, and we're looking now at the non-salary and benefit costs. One of the things we see here is janitor contracts, which includes all the public restrooms and their multi-daily weekend cleaning. We also see now that the 3-year tree catch-up plan has been finished, the city is budgeting for ongoing tree maintenance as a part of its operations. And the cost of maintaining landscaping is also included in Public Works. So those are some of the big numbers that make these totals in contract services. Community planning and building. Planning is about 98,000 of contract services. Building is 66 of contract services. Compliance 10 and admin 6 of contract services. So we have a fair few number of contract services that we're doing in planning and building. Mostly we're using outside advisors like volume studies and historical evaluations, but we also have the safety element update and some digitization budgeted for this year. In the police, we again see contract services. Monterey County and the various systems that we subscribe with them or share with them costs over $100,000 altogether. Body cameras, the system that's used to manage the front desk and the data for the system, and parking, all of those are softwares that are used by the police department that add up into that contract services. And they also have the safety and equipment and cameras and a little bit of CERT in there too. So that's police. Fire, the budget's pretty consistent with prior years. That's all contracted out. Ambulance, again, pretty consistent with what the contract says. Last year was a transition year where we had a little bit of staff and we also had a contract. This year we have just the contract with the city of Monterey, and hopefully we have less vehicle maintenance costs with our new ambulance on board. But we still put a budget in just in case, because we have a backup ambulance. Library, basically, most of the library is salary expense. So we do just a little bit of art collection, storage, and maintenance, which is what that is. And then in community activities, the main spend in contract services, farmers market. There's also some car week, shuttles budgeted here, porta potties, sound systems, that sort of stuff. And community promotions also includes notifications for events and supplies. The next department is the administration department that has finance, IT, HR, city clerk, and administration. And that's just a mix of all the little things that those departments are doing. Contract services includes things like PRA software, Monterey County election measures, the GASB reporting, audits, sales tax services, recruiting, investigations, benefit analysis, IAMP, doing the recordings of all these meetings, and then some consulting. And actually, we're going to look at some contract support for technical this year. Non-departmental is basically a couple of big things, and there's some important things to note here. Liability and other insurance is about $997,000, but there's also another line there called claims deductible. This year, the insurance companies changed the insurance policy that we're allowed to buy. We're now self-insured for the first $100,000 on every claim. So we had to put in an increase to the insurance claim paid line for the part that we're going to have to pay. So even though it kind of looks like premiums went down, the cost for insurance went up. Also in this section is the PERS UAL. So we are making payments on that past incurred big unfunded liability. That's a check that we write every July. And right now it is forecast by CalPERS to be $2.97 million. Also in here are the utilities and property tax assessment that we pay. Just to take a look at the UAL though in a little bit more detail. What they do, what CalPERS does, it looks at the valuation of the investments, it looks at the ongoing estimated cost of the actual benefits based on the participants in the pool, and it bills us for the shortfall between what those investments are earning and what it thinks that those benefit costs are going to be. This varies annually. They try to smooth it a little bit, but it can increase significantly. And this is why we have the 115 trust. It can jump to any number that they want, somewhat smoothed. And this is one of the things you can do is use that trust to pay this down in total or pay the top off when it spikes. Budget for city council, not a lot of moving parts on there. There's discretionary grants that we worked on at our last meeting. The mail service we provide as we deliver from the post office to people's homes, those are really the two biggest. There's also a section of regional memberships that we are a part of. And the specific list of that's on page 23 of the book. Also, we have a department for legal and city. And right now we're trying to forecast for a lower budget on legal net as we try to look and manage our costs in that area. The Sunset Center debt service. So this is the bonds we're paying for. They're going to run until November of 32. And there you go. That's the only debt we have outstanding as a city. We also have a budget for economic development, and we've talked about that a little bit. You can see Chamber of Commerce, Sunset Center, See Monterey, and Visit Carmel. Those all get a check from us, in addition to the fact that some of them are getting assessments that they have worked on themselves directly. So that's operating expenses. Together, operating plus capital expenditures are more than the revenue to be received, so the city will be dipping into its fund balance, and we'll get back to that. The cuts that have been made to reach the budget in front of you today get us to 84%. Operating expenditures are 84% of budgeted revenue, and that's significant. It's important to note what are some of these cuts. Mostly, we're looking at the same or slightly increased staffing, but we are also looking at not doing a cost of living adjustment. So those are kind of underneath all the lines above. In addition, we put for you today and in the package a list of kind of more detailed what are the things that we have been cutting. So we're trying to focus on contract services, renegotiating contracts, what are the services we're providing, can we change those? And that's what this operating cost cuts slide is showing us. Jump over to capital projects for a little bit. This is the totals for this year's new projects that you haven't approved before. It's notable that facilities is taking up the largest amount of resources. It's that big tan on the bottom of the circle. That's because the budget includes a project for the design of the new police public works building. The concept being we need to do the design so we can know what to plan. And that's in this year's number, and it's very big. Looking at the detail, you can see, again, the tan section is facilities, and that's the biggest part. Normally, our major money is in streets and in forest. So, but to step back a little bit and talk about capital projects, deferred maintenance is the thing we've been talking about quite a bit. This year, we've been working hard to identify strategies and look at this very closely. Overall, we're looking at a $100 million estimated deferred maintenance backlog. The city council has talked about using 10 years as a guideline for breaking that down and getting that taken care of. And right now, in the budget, is increased staffing to help address that larger set of capital needs. And this is just bringing back what was approved in the April meeting so we can see it again. We got a 5-year plan, and the bottom numbers in white total, 10.5, 10.2, 9.4, 10.3, 11.7. Really big. But that's what it's going to take $100 million and take care of it in 10 years. And note there is inflation to be considered as well. Overall, when we look at the years blended, we see that the first year facility number of tan kind of goes down, and we have lots of green streets and lots of purple forest and beach. Note, this does not include paying for a police building. So this is our kind of our normal MO without that unknown included. Fiscal year 26-27 budget at a glance. So we'll come back to this. Basically, there's kind of two components in the budget when we're looking at it now. We have general fund expenditures and debt and pension, and together those are $32.8 million. And then we have the capital outlay. What happens though when you take a 32.8 operating expenses, put on 8.5 of capital outlay, you have total expenses of 41 million. We're only forecasting for revenue of 39, so we are going to be using some of our fund balance to the tune of 2.238. Now, we have budget policies we put in place last year, so we'll take a minute to kind of look at those. Budget policy says total expenditures, operating expenditures, when you take out CIP, should not be more than 90% of the budgeted revenue. That says they shouldn't be more than 35 million. Right now, this budget is 32.7 million on the operating expenditure side. That's 84%. So we're saving $2.3 million on operating expenses. The policy also says we should spend a minimum of 10% of our budgeted revenues on capital projects. That would be spending 3.9. But we just looked at a 5-year plan that shows 10 million every year. This year, we're planning to accomplish 8.5 in new budgets, new projects. That's a 22% of revenue spend. We're overspending from our policy minimum by 4.5. So we're more than meeting the minimum. The last budget policy we have is that a balanced budget is a budget in which total funding sources meet or exceed uses. That is revenue exceeding expenses. And let me go through these real quick because I just realized I kind of went through it all at once. So what we have here is a policy says 90% should be the expenses, the operating expenses that we incur and no more, but we're actually incurring 32. The policy says we should spend at least 3.9 million. We're actually spending 8 million. And then the challenge before us is that we must have a balanced budget. So if we take a look at the budget the way it is today, summarizing that screen that we saw before, we see that we have a shortfall in revenue or a overspending of 2.2 million. So this is not a balanced budget. Revenues coming in do not exceed expenses. The other thing to note is this budget is assuming that we want to put aside 1 million for a housing trust fund. So those are two things that take our available capital and use it up. So there's two ways to look at it. I'm going to show you both. Per the audited financial statements, we have unassigned and available fund balances together of 21.7. So unassigned means you can do whatever you want with it, and CIP means you've already committed it to CIP, but you could always kind of change your mind and take it back if you don't want to do that project. In fiscal year 25-26, the one we're in right now, we're expecting to end with a negative 2.1. We will have spent more than we earned by 2.1, and we're doing the last year of set aside for the unfunded liability of 1 million. So together, those bring down available unassigned fund balance to 18.6. In this budget, we're going to spend 2.2 more than what we took in, and we're going to set aside another million. So that brings our available balance down to 15.4. Another way to look at this is the financial statement way. So this is based on the ACFR, which is the one we looked at the beginning of April and approved, or was it March? And so the ACFR, the financial statements, are the first column on the left. The middle column is where we think we're going to be at the end of this fiscal year, and the right column is where we're going to be, we think, projected at the end of this budget that we're looking at today. And again, we can see if we go to the very bottom, we said we're going to have 15.4 by the time this year was done, this budget year was done. There's general fund, unassigned funds, which is something you can do anything with that you want. And then there's a reserve for capital projects. That's projects that you've approved, they haven't been completed yet. Together, those two flexible funds are going to add up, we think, to around 15.4 million. That is outside of the operating reserve that we have set as a policy. We said we're going to keep 50% of our operating costs on reserve at all times for uncertainties. So we don't tap into that, but we do use our available unassigned fund balance in this budget. So right now we looked at revenues, we looked at expenses, and we dug a little bit on fund balance. Tonight, we're going to hopefully work through what all these numbers and concepts mean, and then we're going to bring this back again with your changes to June meeting for your consideration. And that's revenue and expenses. Any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jamie, for that presentation. Great job. So I'm mostly following up on a question that I asked last week, and Bob also had a similar question. It's on the 1 million that we're giving to the Housing Trust Fund. And I'm mostly asking this to clarify, to educate the public on this. So we're setting aside the 1 million, but the process of this is we as a council are going to need to formulate a policy on how it's used. That would also need to get approved by the Planning Commission. Like, for example, it wouldn't be first come, first served that a developer would get all 1 million. Like, we would have, who gets it, how much they would get, that sort of thing. So basically, I'm just stating that this is, we're setting it aside, but we have not made the decision on how it will be. That's a future policy that the council will make.
This is definitely early days, an estimated number to be considered, for sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work, Jamie and Brandon. A couple questions. First, there's been some, I know there are a number of hotel operators here. There's been some consternation over the estimated TOT number. So I'm looking at the presentation, and the 24-25 actual is 9.559, and the estimated 25-26 is 9.526, which is actually a decrease from 24-25. And then the recommended, what you recommend that we use for 26-27 is 9.764. So I'm asking about the decrease in the estimated actual. So this is on slide, revenue slide, I don't know what number it is. Oh, wait, it's revenue slide 11.
We got numbers on the slides.
Yeah, thank you for numbers. So, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about why you're projecting the estimated number that 9526, it's at the bottom of the fourth column. Can you talk about why you're estimating it to be lower than what we received last year?
Yeah, so what we have in our budget, when we went into this budgeting cycle, we were actually being told that the industry was concerned about there being a 3% decrease in TOT. We came back and said, that sounds really steep, and we budgeted for a 2% decrease in TOT. So what we're doing in this forecast is we have a certain number in the door of collections, but we don't have all the collections in the door. So what we did is we defaulted to budget for the rest of the year. We have our actual in there, and then we're saying for the ones we don't know, we're gonna stick to the budget because maybe there's still some uncertainty about rooms coming online, rooms going offline, that sort of stuff. So that's why that TOT number is slightly lower, because it's got a little bit of that uncertainty still in it. Most of the years collected, most of the years not negative. So we're probably gonna be fine.
So you think that's where, so in other words, you think that's where it's gonna be? And then we use that number to generate the number on the far right, which is 9764?
Correct.
Okay. My second question is on ambulance revenues. So there was a statement, we've received, I guess we received $2,000 a visit or something like that from AMR for trips that our ambulance goes out. And you projected $1.477 million, which is, how much of that is trips outside, how much of that is the $200,000 trips?
Yeah.
Like
so
about
it's
half?
It's about half, it's 700,000 is the number. So we said 700 of this is kind of our normal experience. 700 of this is this brand new revenue. We haven't even got a check yet.
So the first
So-
$700,000 is for money that we receive from
Insurance.
patients, that's not the right word, but people inside the city that we bill, and then the rest of it is from AMR.
Well, to be clear, we serve the city and outside the area, and we have done
Sure.
forever. The 700,000 is all the money we collect from everybody's insurance. Wherever they were sitting, we collect that revenue. So in our 700 is revenue from people that lived in the city and revenue from people that did not live in the city. And it's estimated to be about 50-50.
And so the second 700 is just the flat $2,000
An
fee.
additional, so
So-
we're, yep.
So somewhere in the correspondence that we received, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who, there was mention made of AMR is gonna start beefing up their sort of out-of-city preference.
Well, just their
So-
plan is to beef up just their overall workforce. It's typically, and what we heard from Chief Miller, if you remember early on, was that this is typically what you see when AMR enters into a new contract, is they'll beef up their overall workforce because they know that this could be an issue for them. So you might see a little bit of a taper at the beginning, the number of rides we have to take out, but their workforce typically dwindles and then we see it go back up. So that is what we expect to see happen.
Do we pay them for times they come into the city?
We
when
do.
we're-
Yeah, $2,000 also.
So it's $2,000 both ways?
Yes, but it's much less likely that they come into our city than when we go out.
Okay.
Especially now that we have equipment that's not gonna be
That's
down.
actually working,
Yes.
yeah, that's right.
So do you think that there's like a little risk, a lot of risk in that number?
I think it's a little risk. There's always a little risk in every number. Jamie's
The
laughing.
accountant is much more conservative. I feel.
Which
as
is
the city-
riskier, the ambulance or the TOT? Just kidding. Okay.
Don't answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Jamie. Thank you. Directing me not to answer that.
The third question is, you made the statement a few minutes ago that obviously we have a lot of money in the bank. And you made the statement, and I think I must have misheard you, that cash is liquid and it's subject to interest rate risk. And I just want to be sure that it's the income that's subject to the interest rate risk, right? The income that we receive from our cash. So the 20 million or 30 million or $40 million we have in the bank, however much money that is, that's solid.
Yes.
Like it's not the stock market, it's not anywhere like that. It's, it's there when we need it.
Yes, we are super liquid and super conservative. We do have a little tiny ladder of things that go into the future. We have to mark those to market. We're gonna hold them to maturity. They're gonna give us yield all the way to the end, and then we'll get our money back. So there's no risk of market loss as long as you have enough liquidity to meet your individual needs, and we have lots of liquidity. So, but the challenge is when it's liquid, the interest rates go down, our yield goes down. So our budget is saying, yeah, it's going to be about where it was last year. We just cannot get any firm indicators to tell us one way or the other. So this is saying we're going to try and replicate the same earnings next year that we're having this year, but that's an uncertainty.
Okay, thank you. And last question is, when there's a comment in the budget or a line item in the budget that says that the assumption for this budget is that the COLA increases for staff are 0%. And, we're in the process, as everybody knows, since it's in the agenda, since we publish agendas, we're in the process of negotiating with one or more of our labor unions. So if we end up negotiating more than a 0% increase that's in the budget, at the point at which we do that, the budget, we would come back and modify the budget. There would be a budget adjustment for some number representing the increase in costs for the labor negotiation.
Unless you have other offsetting changes that you're making to areas to save that money.
Well, even so, there would be a budget adjustment.
we would have to do it, yes.
From one.
The short
from
answer to your
one
question is
to-
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
All right. Bob, go ahead.
Thanks. I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to recognize the public. We've never, ever had a full room for the budget meeting, so thank you very much. In fact, we've never had half of a full room. Sometimes it's just Nancy. So I would be remiss.
Not just Nancy, sir.
That's true.
Yeah, thank
So I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity maybe to do a little education via my questions. My first one, if you could go to page 35.
Of revenue or expense?
Expense.
Yep.
These are all expense questions.
There's probably a faster way, but we'll get there.
It's fund balance. There. So fund balance, this is a somewhat complicated concept, but it's really quite simple. This is money we have in the bank. It's what Jeff just said. We have a lot of money in the bank. This is saying it's projecting that at the end of June of 2027, which will be the end of the next fiscal year, we'll have $40 million in the bank, and you can see what those numbers were for previous things. This is a result very much of money that previous city councils have left to this city council, and that's a good thing. And I want to point out a couple of numbers. One is the general 115 trust of $5.438 million. That is money that has been set aside to deal with the unfunded pension liability, and we're going to talk more about that in a minute. So that's just money that's restricted only for that, to deal with that in the future should it get worse, because it can. And then I think very important is almost fourth line from the bottom, the general fund reserve of 15.9 million. That represents 50% of operating expenditures. That's 6 months worth of operating expenditures. That's a big number. Most cities are at 20 to 30 at most. Some just have a month or a month and a half worth. We think it's prudent to have healthy reserves. And again, previous city councils left us the ability to do that. And it's something I think, really need to focus on. So really what's left is this $15.4 million that Jamie pointed out. And that's the amount of that 40 million that is not restricted for other purposes and is therefore really available to us to spend on other things. And this group has said we need to spend that on capital, on infrastructure, et cetera. Can you, second one, would you go to page 24? This one, 100 million of deferred maintenance. For those of you who have been paying attention for the last 2 years, again, the city council put a tremendous focus on trying to quantify the amount of our deferred maintenance. And this is just infrastructure that has not been adequately attended to. It's buildings, it's sidewalks, it's drainage, it's the beach, it's erosion on the beach, it's pavement, it's roads, et cetera. It's all of those things. I think, my opinion, that number's a little light, but it's a big number, and that was really the point of the exercise, and to create a commitment to taking that number to zero over 10 years, and that's going to take a fair bit of money to do that. So I want to emphasize that one. And finally, can you go to page 16? UAL, unfunded pension liability. Again, this is created by the fact that CalPERS, the keeper of the pensions, is unable to pay out 100% of the pensions that they promised us they would, right? So, and that's historical. I can't fix that. We had nothing to do with that. So we have to pay out on an annual basis a significant amount of money to actually pensioners and future pensioners to make that whole. And you can see what these amounts are projected to go at. Jamie, just to make sure I have a question in here, what is the total liability today?
Oh, I don't actually have that with me. So I was going to say, we just did a graph on it. The total amount, oh man.
We can get it for you though, yeah.
I was going to say, it's short of 30 million. It does vary, and it would vary, yeah.
But let us double check. We can, between the question, we can come back with the actual.
Let's call it 30 billion. I
Yes,
remember
it
it's
is right.
29, I think. So in addition to that 100 million in deferred maintenance, we have another this is all debt, right? You know, we brag about having not much debt. We have a ton of debt because we just haven't been paying the bills on our capital. And then this one is $29 million we owe to CalPERS over the next many years. And I just always want to point this one out, because if CalPERS, if their returns go down by 1%, our liability goes up by 50%. Yeah, so, you know, these are some of the things that we got to pay a lot of attention to as kind of moving targets as we manage your money going forward. So again, just to make sure I ask the question, do I have that right, Jamie?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
About to call you.
My questions are somewhat less epic than that. So the first one is on the animal control vehicle. So we've got, I think, $75,000 budgeted for, this is in the CIP budget.
Yeah.
For a new animal control vehicle. I think ours is from 2009. You know, I was talking to Brandon earlier. It sounds like there's some special, you know, equipment that it needs, like it needs a radio, et cetera. But my question is, like, is there a possibility, we recently bought a used ambulance, which is a pretty specialized vehicle. Is there a possibility of buying a used animal control vehicle? Like when I see $75,000, I'm thinking we're like taking one off the lot. Is there a chance that we buy something that's just 2, 3, 4 years old and knock $20,000 off of that?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
I mean, the answer is yes.
There's nothing legally that prevents us from doing that. We could certainly take that direction.
Okay, I'd be interested in that. And then the other one was, you know, you're showing a $2.2 million deficit. But as everybody knows, we're sort of actively looking at some revenue options. So I guess my question is, if the community voted to go with one of those revenue options, when does that increased revenue actually kick in?
Depends on the revenue. Depends on the revenue source. We've been looking at things that require approval in November. So once that thing's approved and it gets all the way up through the state, then we have to look and see what the timing is for the reimbursements. And then there's also cash flow timing. So we don't actually have the expertise answer to tell you what month we'd be able to get it. It won't be enough to fill a year's worth of revenue need in the budget year we're looking at. So it really is getting started, and then it'll fully help the next year's. So.
But aside from the lag in collections, for example, does it basically go into effect the moment that it's passed? Like sort of as like the lag goes back and it starts November 4th or whatever?
That's what we actually don't know, because there's so many systems involved, it would be virtually impossible for the state to get that going. It's a supposition, but it's all guess. So we
Okay.
need to find that out as we move forward on these revenue enhancement ideas.
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll bring that answer back in June with the budget. Is a really good question.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great questions. I have a question about the deferred maintenance, and I had a chat with Bob about this. We didn't come up with an answer. I'm on the library committee, and we're getting ready to wrap up the design phase, so it's going well, it's going to happen, and it's about a $17 million project. I don't believe that's included in the $100 million deferred maintenance. Should it be?
So that is being funded outside of the city. So the city isn't counting that as an expense on its list. And honestly, the city hadn't identified all of that work on it. We're working, our list was much smaller, so.
But it is maintenance, and it is going to be completed.
Essentially.
We'd sort of like to get credit for it, I guess,
Yes,
is what I'm
actually,
saying.
essentially, you can bring it in, you can recognize it as an expense, you can recognize it as a revenue also. And then hopefully what it does is reduces your 10-year maintenance plan by some degree,
Yeah.
as the needs that would have come up don't come up for that building.
Yeah, maybe it's something we can talk about in our sessions with Brandon. The detail on cuts, we asked for detail, thank you. I think that was Jeff, Councilperson Byrne, who asked at the last meeting. And you came back with some numbers, but like landscaping, does that mean you're not going to cut the lawn at Devendorf? I mean, how do we know whether that's a good thing to do or not?
No, it doesn't. It certainly doesn't mean we won't cut the lawn. You want to put that one up, Jamie? So where's the landscaping
And
number?
I'm not sure if we need to do all that right now, but
Yeah,
I
no,
think
it's-
there's probably some people in the room saying, hey, we don't want to,
Yeah,
the
the
town to look
general,
good.
the general philosophy on these cuts was we didn't make any cuts that would materially, prevent us from doing the work that needs to be done in the city. These are, extra enhancements, things like that. So if the landscaping, for example, it wouldn't be the day-to-day operations of like cutting the lawn or.
Scenic pathway.
Exactly. It would be any extra sort of like beautification, the things that we try to do a little bit of every year, maybe a little bit less of that.
Okay, so it's just sort of round off error in terms of
That's
us
right.
seeing it.
That's right.
Same thing with like, there are a lot of them. Thank you. It wasn't easy to do, I'm sure, for all the people in the
All the
staff people.
departments.
It was painful. The review of contracts, price shopping, conferences and training, I mean, some of that stuff seems good. Is it the same sort of thing? It's just,
Yeah, the contract one, for example, is a challenge from me to the department heads, which I'm confident they can do. We have, in certain departments, we have a lot of contracts, and some of those, haven't been revisited in a number of years. And, when we need to go back to our vendors and say, hey, what can you do for me? Or do we need to look at recompeting? Or do we have potentially two vendors that maybe overlap somewhere and we can compress a contract into one? So that is it's a percentage-based thing, but it's with the understanding after having conversations that we have some room that we can do with some work to find some savings in those contract numbers.
all right, I'm surprised that Hans didn't bring up the fuel mitigation projects, but I'm sure he knows everything about that. I'm sure he's asked a lot of questions behind the scenes. So obviously, that's an important thing to all of us. And it sounds like you've done your homework, and we can trust that the cuts are not going to impact anything significantly or cause any hazardous situations for us.
I think it's fair to say that they're not going to cause any hazardous situations, but, it is important to note that, these were cuts done to reduce costs, and they do reduce some of the services. So that's what you all get paid the big bucks for in your jobs, is to make those policy decisions, are these cuts the appropriate ones for the services you'd be missing out on?
Thank you. We appreciate all the work you're putting into this, because being ahead of the game on this is a healthy thing. Thank you. All right. Any more questions before we go to the public? Any more comments that you're going to do before the questions? Okay. All right, we're going to take it to the public. I'm looking forward to having some great questions. Staff has got their pencil sharpened and they're ready to take notes. Who wants to give a public comment? Somebody better get up here. Beth, I know you're going to talk. Go ahead.
It's public comments or questions. You don't have to ask a question.
Yeah, you can, anything you want here. It's fair game. This is a workshop, so
I'd be
a
happy
little more
to
flexible.
ask a question, but Jamie does such a good job at explaining it all that I feel fully informed. Okay, so good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to be here today.
Nova,
My name
Nova,
is-
you can turn off the timer. We're going to give her a little extra time. I don't
you.
want
I
you to feel
appreciate
pressured.
that.
It's an important discussion.
My name is Beth Bowman. I'm the Executive Director of the Sunset Center here in Carmel. We appreciate the chance to speak directly about Sunset Center, our partnership with the city, and our shared commitment to this important community asset. Today, we want to briefly explain how the city's support is used, address recent questions directly, and talk about the path forward together. Is this my advancer? Okay. Sunset Center is more than a theater or economic driver for Carmel. It is a public gathering place, a cultural landmark, and a city-owned facility that serves nonprofits, schools, civic groups, and the broader community. Our role is stewardship, operating and maintaining this facility on the city's behalf. These numbers reflect the scale and diversity of community use. 22 nonprofits and community partners, 125 events, more than 35,000 attendees, along with free gallery access and arts education programs. City support helps make that community access, free programming, and subsidized use possible. The city's $750,000 contribution directly supports the operation and preservation of this city-owned facility. Approximately 75% of that funding goes towards facilities maintenance, utilities, and day-to-day operations. A portion also supports community access and subsidized use. These are core operating costs that exist whether the building is dark or full. The city's contribution has remained flat since 2018, while operating and maintenance costs have increased significantly. We're not here asking for an increase, only to provide context for the financial realities of operating and preserving this facility. We also appreciate the city's significant capital investments, including the recent elevator enhancements, exterior painting of the building, and new cottage windows and roofing, and also the boiler that was a couple years ago. At the same time, Sunset Center has independently invested more than $1.2 million in leasehold improvements and theater equipment since 2018. This chart shows how the organization navigated COVID, rebuilt operations, and diversified revenue over time. During the pandemic, earned revenue collapsed, but the city's support, even at a temporarily reduced level, provided stability that helped the organization remain operating. Significant federal relief funding of approximately $1.3 million was raised to allow us to reopen and continue serving the community. Since then, both earned income and fundraising have continued to grow. As noted at the top of the slide, Sunset Center's level of city support at approximately 25% is generally consistent with comparable California nonprofit partnerships, which typically range from 20 to 32%. The effort to build long-term sustainability has been underway for many years. When we voluntarily reduced the city grant by 25%, we also raised more than $500,000 for theater improvements. Following the pandemic, professional fundraising guidance recommended first rebuilding reserves and strengthening annual fundraising capacity before launching a major campaign. Today, the Centennial campaign is active in its quiet phase with a planned public launch in fiscal year 27. We also want to be transparent. The new endowment envisioned in the lease has not yet been established, separately from the Sunset Theater endowment, which is at the Community Foundation. The campaign work is active, underway, and moving toward a public launch. We want to address the reporting issues directly. The city's information request brought to our attention that some required reports and audits were maintained internally, but were not consistently transmitted to the city in the required format or within the expected timelines. We acknowledge that this needs improvement. In response, we are implementing a formal reporting calendar, assigning clear internal responsibility, and working toward more consistent communication with city staff moving forward. The Board of Trustees, many of whom are here today, formally submitted a letter to the city reaffirming its commitment to this partnership and to the future of Sunset Center. That letter reflects strong alignment across the board around several key priorities: transparency, sustainability, community access, and responsible stewardship of this facility. These are not simply aspirations. They are formal commitments from the organization's governing body. Ultimately, both the city and Sunset Cultural Center share the same goal: preserving and strengthening this important community asset for the future. We remain committed to transparency, collaboration, and responsible stewardship moving forward. I'll close with 4 points. First, Sunset Center delivers significant public, cultural, and economic value to Carmel every year. Second, the city's investment directly supports the preservation and operation of an important city-owned community asset. Third, Sunset Center is committed to a collaborative, transparent, and financially sustainable future with the city. And fourth, Sunset Center remains an essential contributor to Carmel's unique character and cultural identity, both regionally and nationally. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the
Who's up next? Now they're lining up.
I'm going to change the subject slightly and talk about visitor promotion. And in 1992, sitting in that center chair, I was asked to have some city money put into the Chamber of Commerce. And it passed. The first time in the history of the city that this occurred, where city money was being used for promotion. What we've got today is every time something comes up, issue, you've got about 4 different groups taking you to coffee, lunch, talking to you on the street, walking your dog. You get hammered sometimes. And so you got 4 different groups after you on a lot of issues. And we're going to try and present something that would solve that problem for you. You would be the first council that would authorize this, and well, don't even have to authorize, you're going to do it anyway, but you'll be the first council that understands what we're trying to do. So we've gotten together with the Innkeepers Association, the Carmel Chamber of Commerce, the Visit Carmel, and Carmel Residents Association. I think we have some of those folks in the audience, and if they'd come up, so, oh, yeah. And this is part of the group, it's probably the main part of the group, representing those 4 different groups I just mentioned. We feel together is better. If you use those 2 words, together is better. Instead of being 4 separate groups going after council members and issues and things like that, we'd like to suggest that maybe there's a better way to do it and have 1 group. But all 4 of those organizations have a representative or on the board of that group we're talking about. We would hope that a council member would be part of that. We don't wish to add to your time spent, but this could be very beneficial to the whole city because together is better. Why have 4 groups coming at you? Why not just one? And have one of your council members on that board? It would work really good. I'd like the folks to step up and introduce themselves, please, and what group they're from.
Carrie Tice with the Innkeepers Association.
Mark Watson with Visit Carmel.
Sigel Lomas with the Chamber of Commerce and the CRA.
Greg Freeman with the Chamber of Commerce.
Janine Chakrat with the CRA as well as C. Monterey.
And Graham Robertson with the Carmel Residents Association.
So really, you're looking at the first time in the history of the city where the Residents Association are working with the folks that are most interested in visitor promotion. And we all know a heck of a lot of money comes in from that little thing. So this is what we're presenting to you here. Together is better. Instead of 4 groups, 1. And we hope to make your life easier, but we hope also that you participate in the discussions with one council member if you would. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I might just add to that, that this task force is going to get together on a regular basis. We're meeting again next Monday with the goal of working towards revenue enhancements for the city, but also taking a look at the over-tourism and the marketing that goes into the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. We're all in this together, as Ken said earlier on, and our objective would be to be more efficient, be more effective, and hopefully reduce the over-tourism that's happening in Carmel. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Nancy Toomey, one of your endurance test participants, along with the rest of you all on this subject. Just speaking on behalf of myself with a couple of questions. In the 10-year, $100 million bucket that we're all looking to make a big dent into, and we appreciate your efforts there. If I drill back down into one of the slides that was presented, the 5-year CIP, it was called out that it did not include the police station and public works effort. So I guess my question is, I was told before that the 100 million, I know it's way swags and it's early on, and there's a lot of information missing, but I was told that the 100 million did include the police station public works efforts in prior conversations. So I'm just a little confused as to where that 5-year picture was presented. And it was only 5 years of the 10, I get that. And we're sure hoping we can make a big dent into that police station and public works before 5 years happens. So I'm just curious about the difference there. So that's question 1. And then I am concerned about the conservative nature of the path ahead with regard to employee retention. We've got some really good people throughout the city, and we've got to hang on to them. We can't, nickel and dime, whether it's employee appreciation or otherwise, to take care of them and keep them here with the information that they bring to the table from years of service. So I just want to call that out as a concern as you move forward, to not get penny wise and pound foolish on that front. The other statement that I'll kind of close on, which kind of follows on a little bit of the prior mention, that I find it frustrating year after year, paying attention as best as I can, that we routinely underestimate the dollars that are going to come to us from the TOT. It just distorts the reality of what actually ends up being delivered. And so that just, as we forecast moving forward, nobody knows, especially the craziness that comes from Washington, D.C., what's going to happen to our economy. But nonetheless, it just is irritating, and so that's an editorial comment on my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. How many others are going to make a comment? Okay. Another handful.
Good afternoon, Council, City Staff. My name is Cindy Lloyd. First of all, I want to thank Jamie for the absolutely fantastic presentation. Whenever I hear the words budget, finance, things like that, my eyes glaze over. And so my attention is really caught by material things. I noticed when I took some books down to deliver to the library donation place today, out of the corner of my eye, I believe I noticed that the parking lot in front of Sunset Center has been repaved. That is wonderful. The next thing, if we could get the sidewalks up there, I would be a happy camper, but I'm patient. And then on the expenditures for marketing, which has been one of my little, pet peeves, if you want to call it, over the years, with over-tourism everywhere, we are not alone, but I think that this group that is being formed maybe can better utilize whatever kind of dollars are being contributed, but I don't think we need to contribute a whole bunch to market a place that's overrun with tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob? Oh, no.
Mr. Mayor, while Noel's coming up, I just want to clarify, in case anyone was confused. So this portion of the public comments and questions is about the whole budget presentation. It's not just revenues or expenditures. So if you have anything you want to talk about, anything with the budget, now's the time to do it.
Yes, thank you.
Noel Carr, Carmel resident, taxpayer, homeowner. And I want to talk about the TOT. Nancy mentioned that. And as I look at the limited sources of revenue that the city has, and as I understand it, the TOT has not been adjusted in 10 years, or 30 years, I guess. And it's at 10%. And I'm very much in favor of seeing that raised to 12%. I think the additional 2% is not going to impact visitors to this community. I think I read where the average room rate for the year is $300, $400, whatever it is. Anyway, 2% additional is like $8. I don't think that's going to deter anybody from coming to our area. And so I don't think a 2% bump will hurt, and it'll have significant impact on revenue for the city that we could really use to address these capital items that we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Tasha made a quick move there.
Getting dinner time.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you for your work. Three things, I guess you as a resident, you think about what bugs you the most. So 3 things, and it seems like you're all headed that way, which I appreciate, which is deferred maintenance. Mainly our roads is one that really gets me, the paving of the roads. And also the beach, that especially the end of the 8th, the ramp that's eroding. And I still see people, visitors, and people basically going down that ramp and eroding it more. And the third thing being the traffic congestion, finding a solution. I'm not opposed to the Sunset Center lot personally. I don't know where that's going with parking, but those are my 3. And I was looking at your revenue sources, understanding that we're a general law city, so we have a cap on how much you tax property owners and sales tax, but you can, there's room there with the TOT, and I understand that it's been at 10% for 30 years, and I understand they have a self-assessed marketing budget that they did for 10 years when we already have a lot of tourism here. So I don't think the TOT should be clarified that it's not for infrastructure, it's specifically for tourism for the hotels. So I think that we should increase the TOT. Thank you.
Thank you.
what I'm going to say is nothing new to city council members. But based on a couple of comments, I wasn't going to speak to this, but before the Hospitality Improvement District was created, in the 10 years prior, the TOT had grown at the rate of the Consumer Price Index, actually a little bit less. It had grown at 2.3% when the Consumer Price Index had grown at 2.4. Since then, since 2013, the TOT, or the RevPAR, which generates the TOT, has grown at almost 9%. It's grown, and the CPI has been at 3.8. So there's been significant improvement in TOT generation since that time. And had we not created the Hospitality Improvement District and grown these revenues simply at the CPI rate, TOT would have been about $7 million this last year, and it was almost $10 million. So that's almost a 30% increase in TOT due to the marketing efforts of the Hospitality Improvement District. And the idea that we need to raise the TOT tax rate just because it hasn't been done in 30 years is a little bit of folly, because the tax rate should never really have to increase if we are generating 3 times the CPI in revenue. And I would think that the council might be sensitive to doing damage to the golden goose here that lays the golden egg and provides 25% of the revenues for the city. It's been shown by a market study by the University of Massachusetts that if you do raise the TOT 2% and you plug in the city of Carmel's numbers, the city will lose $3.6 million in commerce. The city will make more money in taxes, but it will harm the business district. And so even though it sounds like $8 is not that much, it will have a big impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question, Carrie Tice, about process. I'm a little confused. Since this is a workshop format, are you gonna take a topic of revenues, and you're gonna discuss revenues that we have a chance to then, the public has a chance to comment? Or is just the only option for public comment? So that's part of my process.
I'll answer that. We're going to have a significant amount of flexibility to make sure everybody's heard.
Okay.
After we have our discussion.
All right.
Yes.
Then I'll save my comments. Thank you.
But to be clear, Mr. Mayor, I think the question, I want to make clear, Carrie, there's not going to be like a portion of public comment and then another portion later. Like, this is the public comment.
This is public comment, but if a subject comes up here and I sense that we need to have some more feedback from you, I will open it up.
So you're saying you'll have somebody come and speak twice if they need to?
If we think there's a subject that's going on up here and we need to have some clarity for it, I'm not afraid to call somebody up.
Okay.
But now is the time if you want to speak.
Yeah, but now, please speak now if you have something to say, because that might not happen.
Okay.
Take your 3 minutes, or if you need more, I'll give you more. We're having some flexibility in this phase of it, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, the workshop. Yeah, go ahead.
Andy Carr, Carmel-by-the-Sea, former hotel owner. I wasn't going to speak tonight either, but I feel compelled to do it. I have a lot of friends in the hotel business, so this is not an easy thing for me to do. But I feel I have to do what I feel inside me is right. I don't understand their argument at all. All cities have TOT tax, and it's the main revenue for their cities. And I don't care if we're talking about Napa or Santa Barbara or Lake Tahoe, whose TOTs are all between 12 and 15%. They've all improved their hotels. They're getting fabulous revenues. What's happening in Carmel is just not happening in Carmel. It's happening across the board with all the hotel properties across the nation. So I appreciate what the hotels have done. I appreciate that they're getting better room rates. I appreciate that people are liking to stay in their places. What I don't appreciate is that they do not feel that the city is entitled to raise the TOT tax. The city definitely deserves to raise the tax, and I know that being a hotel owner, that's money out of your pocket, and you try to present a case to not do it, but I don't agree. It definitely has to be raised. The city is entitled to the money. And I find it interesting that they can encourage and self-assess a 2% for marketing, but they don't want to give additional money to Carmel. And the marketing is something I don't understand, especially with the amount of money that is in reserve for their marketing, and I think in the budget, they're asking for additional funds. Is that correct? Are they asking for additional funds for marketing? I don't understand that. I don't understand why they need that money when they have their own money in reserve. I might not understand the way business is going right now, because when I owned a hotel, every hotel paid for their own marketing. They came together as a group to talk about the manner of their marketing or what they could do together to help each other. But this self-assessment, it's really not a self-assessment. They're assessing their guests, the 2%. They're not paying for their marketing. Their guests are paying for their marketing, and they don't want to give the city an extra 2%, which would make us 12%. And I called various hotels to find out what was going on with what they were charging, and I was told that they're charging 12% tax. That's all they said. They didn't say how it was broken down, but that the tax was 12%. So we need to understand that of that 12% tax, the city's only getting 10%, and their 2% is going to their marketing.
All right, can you summarize, Andy? Could you summarize?
Yeah, I just wish we could all work together on this. The information needs to be out there clear. This is a tax that does not affect the residents. If the tax had just been raised, I'm a fair person, I would not encourage it to be raised. It hasn't been raised in 30 years, it needs to be raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Hi, Joe DiNucci, resident. I don't know much about TOT, so I'm not going to comment on TOT. But I do know that our city is priceless, as we know. If you live here and own property, you know it's not only priceless, it's pricey. It costs a lot. And it's astonishing to me how complex the budget process is, and I am deeply appreciative of your efforts to do it right and to invite public comment. The one thing I do know a little bit more about is parking, because I'm a car fanatic, so mostly I'm in my car and I'm parking places. What I don't understand, and I wish it would be considered more seriously, is raising revenue by charging visitors for parking in the business district. It's something that could be done with very little physical infrastructure, because parking in most places now is all online. You do it off your phone. It could be quite a lucrative process, I would imagine. Most of the cities I visit, from San Francisco to Monterey, are not shy about charging people to park cars. So I wish we would consider that as a way to raise more revenue for the city. The other thing, we're very deeply, obviously we're short of money. We're also radically short of parking. And I wish that a longer term plan, it's not going to be considered in this meeting, but I'm going to bring it up anyway, is getting serious about going underground and building some hundreds of parking spaces to relieve our chronic, perennial parking problem. So I hope we'll take the opportunity to consider raising revenues for the city through parking. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. How many more would like to have a comment? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 4 more. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. You all know me, but for the record, I'm Amy Herzog, Executive Director for Visit Carmel.
And I just wanted to come up and first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present that presentation last week. It was filled with a lot of information, and the intention with that was really to just provide clarity to council and to any residents that may be concerned, to be more specific about how city funds are used, and that we're very thoughtful and strategic with those funds, and that we are using them in the way that we think is best serving the overall community. And that's why we took the time to go into a lot of detail about explaining our walkable experiences, and because we're promoting walkability in order to see what we can do about easing congestion. And that's why we talked about the different printed materials and other programs that we have that hotels and visitor centers and local people can use so that we can improve visitor flow and information. That's why we talked about and showed the various ways in which we are making very clear to our visitors what the rules of the road are, how to visit responsibly. We don't just say visit responsibly. We talk about what that means in lots of different ways that we can. And we also just talked about the ways in which we go about supporting some of the smaller businesses, but who are really the creative and cultural fabric of this community, the art galleries, the wine tasting rooms, the cultural experiences and performing arts center. That's why we went into that much detail. So I just wanted to clarify that. We also wanted to let you know that we heard very clearly council's concern about being targeted in our marketing, and we agree with that. That's our intention. We want to maximize our efficiencies as well all the time. And so we are always using technology and the advancements in marketing to make sure that we are being as targeted as we can, and we will continue to focus on that. We heard you on the targeting. I also want to just mention and thank the local artists who came in and who you listened to, and we really appreciate the heartfelt personal sentiments that they expressed here, talking about the level of visitor engagement that they get, the high quality of the visitor that they've been seeing, and the real economic benefits that they've seen from our programming. And I think it's just a really good reminder about there are a lot of different residents that make up the very complex fabric of this community. Some live here, some live and work here, some live, work here, and employ lots of other residents here. So there are a lot of different perspectives at play, and I realize it's fairly complicated. And with all that said, we absolutely recognize that there are many residents that are feeling the impacts of visitation at times very acutely. We take that very seriously. And we've consistently supported the idea that our goal is not just simply more visitors. We are in favor of better managed visitation, and we always are looking to maximize that economic benefit while at the same time minimizing negative impacts of tourism. But I just wanted to restate our commitment to collaborating with the city and other community organizations, this task force that was presented to you this evening, for example, on continuing to identify the challenges and figure out how we can strategically actually make an effective difference and improvements. So our intention has been and continues to be what it's always been, to promote the destination, but do it in a way that's thoughtful and intentional and that reflects what makes Carmel so special. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pam Shepard. I'm the owner of the Horizon Inn and the Ocean View Lodge. I've been at many of these meetings. I don't speak formally at them because I'm not the best public speaker, but I do have to say that it's frustrating for me. I don't feel, I've been in this city since I was 11. I've ran my business since I was 23 years old. I'm now in my 40th year of running a hotel. And I have to say I'm disappointed or disheartened that I don't feel like the city council is representing all of its constituents, and that's the business sector as well. It's not just all about the residents. We want to support the residents. I work in conjunction with residents. I'm in support of the task force that they're wanting to form. But I do want to say that we contribute to this general fund in a significant way, and I would like to feel that our voices are heard. I mean, Mark has shown you graph after graph that shows that we're raising the TOT at a faster pace than your budget is taking into consideration. Our occupancy is nowhere near what it was back when my parents purchased their hotel and then subsequently I purchased it from them. We're not close to 70%, we're at 67%. We're not, if we were at 100%, I could see how the city would feel that we're over-tourisming them, but we're not. We're at 67, 68%. We still have some ways to go even to reach that magic 70 we talked about at the last meeting. But what I would like to say is that there are other options on the table other than raising TOT. We're doing our job. We're outperforming even the numbers the city's putting up. We're outperforming our own numbers. We self-assessed because the city could not keep pace with the amount of marketing that needed to occur in this new generation of internet and all of the ways that people search for places to go. I love Andy, but Andy told me at the last meeting I should come into the city and get a list from you for marketing to peel off the labels and put them on postcards to mail out to my constituents to come visit Carmel. So to say it's a little out of touch is an understatement. Paid parking needs to happen. We need to look at paid parking. That's the only way you're going to manage that crush of visitors that you're feeling that come in cars. They don't spend the night here. They just use our little town. They fill up our trash cans and then they go. They are not contributing the way my visitor is contributing by spending the night, parking on my property, coming in and eating a meal at one of our great restaurants, and spending the time to shop and investing 2 and 3 days here. There is room for other sources of income, and paid parking, to not even have it on the budget, is insane. I mean, in this day and age, it's absolutely insane. We're 1 mile from Highway 1, and to think that we're not going to get that traffic flow, whether I market to them or not, is just naive. We can no longer rest on our laurels. We have addresses. Let's get paid parking in here. I'm happy to work with the city on ways to do that and not cause a huge cost to the infrastructure to put it in. So I would really welcome the chance to work with this city council and see a little bit more pro-business come our way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pam, and you did great. Brandon, it's okay to mention the June agenda item because it's coming up. Yes, why don't you say something now so people don't have to keep.
Okay, so the mayor just asked me to announce that right now in our draft agenda for June, which is always subject to change, but we're planning on right now, is the chief will be bringing back an item, as the council had asked, to discuss parking management through paid parking. So we will be talking about parking management in June through paid parking. So that'll be a topic. The chief will be here to talk about what potential revenue options look like, but most importantly, it's a traffic management and congestion management program.
Okay. Just to put your mind at ease that we are listening. Go ahead.
I was really on the fence whether I was going to make some comments, but I can't resist, especially after hearing Pam and hearing about the group that's forming together to approach our tourism, because I think the word over-tourism is a misnomer. We should be talking about managed tourism, and I've heard that from a few other people, which is why I thought about not making comments, but sorry, bear with me. Most of us feel very lucky to live here. And just because we won the lottery to live here should not mean that others cannot share our natural treasures. We cannot put the genie back in the bottle. Tourists will continue to come. We know that full-time residents are declining and the trend line is down. I don't want to live in a dying residential community where we need to get in a car to access needed food, medical needs, and other services. For this, we need a thriving business community where we all feel safe. Maintaining our infrastructure and natural environment is expensive, whether we have tourists here or not. Other communities have implemented proven strategies while encouraging respectful tourism and local culture. We need to engage our tourism partners to help with these efforts, not to fund them out of existence. That's why I was so happy to hear that that group is forming. Of course, I really support the paid revenue from parking. I've spoken about it before. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. When Rob comes up, it will be over.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Sigel Lomas, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the newly formed task force. And I'm going to keep this very, very short. We are in favor of the sales tax going onto the ballot, that increase. We are not in favor of the TOT increase. I saw 2% before tonight. I saw 2.5%, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so I'm wrong. So we are not in favor of that. We do plan to focus on the marketing, the TOT, the self-assessed TOT tax that Visit Carmel. We want to gain data. We want to understand it and analyze it. And thank you. That's all.
Thank you. All right. Rob, I think it might be you, or Janine? Okay, Kelly, why don't you come up?
This is going to be a really mundane comment versus the ones that have been...
Microphone, please.
This is going to be pretty mundane versus the comments that were made previously, but on the proposed budget cuts, I think it would be worthwhile to take a look at those. The top 3 items totaled $500,000, which is, it was tree contracts, fuels mitigation, and the third one was $50,000, which is roughly 25 or 30% of the Public Works budget, annual budget. And so I think that deep of a cut into, we've just dug ourselves out of a 3-year deferred tree maintenance program. 25 or 30% in one department feels really steep. So I think if it could be looked at, that would be really useful. The other related budget comment is I think the ambitiousness of this program for the next 5 years is outstanding. I think it's going to, our success will be dependent on having accountable, excellent leadership within the city to make it happen. And we just saw this past year a brilliant example of Public Works leadership in Dr. Ken Wysocki. And it's unfortunate that we won't have him to implement this 5-year plan. It's a huge loss to our city, and we're so grateful, Ken, that you've been here. I think it's incumbent upon us to really potentially conduct a national search for somebody of his caliber, or at least a regional search, so that we can get the right experience and leadership in here to make sure that this 5 and 10-year program of $100 million deferred maintenance actually comes to fruition, and then it's done efficiently and with high accountability. Because we're going to have to rely on other measures than revenue measures to make all of these the $100 million deferred maintenance come to fruition. And that's going to require taxpayers potentially funding bonds, et cetera. And we need to make sure that we have a city that we can trust the leadership and the people who are going to be managing all those programs for us.
Thank
So
you.
I would be a big advocate for making sure we get a search going as quickly as possible for that most important role in our city. Thank you.
That wasn't very mundane, in my opinion.
All right, so I'm Janine Sugarat, the resident right now, and I want to talk a little bit about the capital reserves you're all putting aside. I want to better understand the 10-year history and how much has been spent each year, and compare that with the capacity of your existing staff and how much can they realistically execute. So I just bring this up because I'm concerned that you may be trying to overfund your capital reserves, and there may be a little bit of money there that you might be able to shift to help with your budget deficit. work in the city of Monterey. I'm very involved in their city budget. They had a carve out for their TOT for the residents, and it was a percentage, and it's a 17% of the total TOT. Well, that fund has grown to $28 million, and they can't spend the money because we don't have the city staff to execute projects. So I just want to throw that out there, and there just may be an opportunity there to not over accrue if you don't have to.
I watch those meetings, it's not getting any better.
What's that?
It's not going to get any better either.
Oh, in Monterey?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I didn't apply for the city manager job.
We're paying attention to them closely, I can tell you that.
Yeah. All right.
And thank you.
you.
And thank you for participating with them and bringing it out. It's inspired us for sure. Thank you. All right, it's Rob. So Rob's the last speaker, so if you're online and you could put your hand up if you want to speak, please. So we're ready. Go ahead.
So, good evening again. I'm Rob O'Keefe with C Monterey. Appreciate an opportunity to come back up. It was an excellent budget presentation. I've seen them a lot. I've seen them all in cities far and wide. And I noticed you have a revenue problem. But then I also noticed you have a revenue opportunity. And I said this last week. You've got an occupancy challenge, which means you have a revenue challenge, and you have an opportunity to fix that. A swing of 4 or 5 points of occupancy, 5 or 6 points, depending on the month, not trying to overwhelm the off-season, not trying to get to 75 or 70% here during December, but an average swing of 5 or 6 points of occupancy in the off-season is going to mean hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's going to be millions of dollars of business impact, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of TOT and sales tax impact over time. So you have a say, in that capacity at least, with what to do with the revenue challenge. The other thing that it occurred to me, not for the first time, is we have a visitor mix problem. We have visitors coming here and doing things we like, overnight visitation, and a lot of visitors coming here and doing none of the above. They're just coming, they're looking, they're walking around. It's been talked about by others before me. We have an opportunity to do something about that. And the proposal that we made last week, the 3% that we would ask for in the coming year, which is consistent historically, we'll invest at least 1% back in that. So working with the task force that's already introduced themselves, we would work with them as well. And we're talking about the visitors without talking to the visitors and understanding the visitors better. And at some point in this process of addressing the situation with the types of tourists that come here and stay overnight and those who don't, there's going to have to be some research done. We're sitting on a wealth of knowledge when it comes to visitor profile studies, where people are coming from, why they're coming here, what they like to do when they're here. And I suggest that in the process of the task force moving forward, there's going to have to be some research done. And I've got my hand raised to say, when it comes to the research, within reason and based on what we proposed, I'm buying. So we want to work with you and the task force members to really dig into this a little, because it's not going to fix itself overnight, and I guarantee it's not going to fix itself. We can't fix it without understanding better the motivations, the whys, the where-froms, and the where-tos. So I guess I'm reinforcing what I said last week, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. One more.
One more.
No problem.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm confused because of the workshop format.
Yeah.
So it's hard for the public to stand up here and not understand where you're going and what you're thinking. So it's hard to, comment. So we have to stand up here and try to have a broad, statement rather than something specific. So here's my broad statement. In terms of revenue, sales tax, not TOT, and look at managed parking. In terms of expenses, I think the public needs to have a better input into this 90-10 versus the 85-15. You really haven't had that discussion, as Hans has said in previous meetings. So I think the public needs to be a part of that as well. So and I understand you are trying to plan for the future, but we don't have to do it all in 1 year in terms of revenue. So plan for what the staff can handle, especially now that we're going to have a shortage of a very important staff member who was basically navigating the capital improvement ship. So, what I'm trying to say is don't try to do it all at once. Ease into the revenue increase of certain items like sales tax that is more of an even playing field in terms of what it affects. In Monterey, they say that 60% of their sales tax comes from the visitor. Maybe that's what we'll find out when we work with Rob to do that survey. So that's important information. And in terms of parking management, it's not all about paid parking. It's about also creating new parking spaces by looking at diagonal parking. Did you realize that Ocean Avenue years ago used to have diagonal parking? There's a history lesson. So maybe we need to go back to something like that. So I welcome having more input. I'm really excited about this task force because we are listening to what you're saying. What is our impact and how can we mitigate it? And we need to work together with the chamber and the residents to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to, this might not be a very popular thing to say, but I was listening to one of the council meetings last week when you were speaking about the funds that may be allocated to see Monterey and to visit Carmel-by-the-Sea and to the chamber. And I think when I totaled that up, it was nearing about $500,000. So when I think about the 2% that they're taxing and the funds that they're getting from that, and it sounds as though they may even have some excess with that, I don't know that we should be spending that kind of money with the current deficit that we have if they're already pretty funded in that. So I just want us to look at that as we're looking at our budget. I think $500,000 is a lot of money. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any hands online. Oh, Shirley's here.
Really fast.
Okay.
Part of the reason there's a big crowd here and a good following is that you, as a council, have shown a level of excellence that we haven't seen in this city for years and years. So it's appreciated, all the effort that you put into these very difficult decisions. It might surprise you that I'm here to lobby for scenic pathway and the beach. Integral consultants and EMC planning have done an extensive socio-economic report for Carmel Beach and has assigned a recreational value of $36.7 million to the beach and coastal experience from 1,150,000 visits in 1 year, not including international visits. This implies serious revenue benefits to the city. David Revel from Integral said, when explaining that the data revealed, quote, "A lot of people come back every year, and if the experience has deteriorated, you don't just lose them for that year, you may lose them forever. So maintaining that quality and unique feel is a really important part of maintaining the economy here," end quote. That had a lot of impact in my thinking. And as you hear all of these people chasing the revenue from new visitors, I don't want us to lose sight of the repeat visitors, the people who come back year after year. And if we let their experience deteriorate, we will lose them as well as the new visitors. So it makes me want to consider the amount of money that we're putting out there to chase new visitors when we could be maintaining and improving the infrastructure so that any visitor who comes wants to return. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. All right. I think we are finished with that round. Pardon? Oh, that's, and new people. All right.
Ellen Martin, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the staff's budget presentation. It's a lot to take in, and I sat through Monterey's last week. But I am a resident of Carmel. I also am on the Community Activities Commission. And I just wanted to speak to the Community Activities Department budget in that this is the Carmel-by-the-Sea's 110th birthday. And we hope that we can have a great celebration and many little events during the month before and after October 31st. So there was a proposal to decrease the budget, and it's not by a lot, but I think it would impact what we can do and how we can promote. Y'all been talking about marketing for the tourism, but so I'd like the council to consider not cutting that budget this year. Anticipation that we're just going to have a fabulous 110th birthday celebration. So thank you so much, and thank you for all the work that you do.
And you too, Ellen. Thank you.
Okay. Jerry, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jerry Floyd. I'm a resident here of Carmel. I'm speaking on behalf of the support of the 2% increase in the hotel tax because I think it lets visitors contribute to our services that they rely on when they're visiting Carmel and really assists in the whole budget process to help stabilize it and increase the strength of the city finances. That's accomplishing that without shifting the burden onto residents, and this increase should help ensure Carmel remains a top destination. I appreciate your support in this, and thank you for your time.
All right. We're going to bring it back. Brandon, do you want to lead us in terms of the areas that you think you really need some guidance on?
Well, going back to, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. That was a wonderful conversation. More in part than we usually get on these budgets. So, like Jamie said in her presentation, like I mentioned, we're really here to get clarity and direction from council. Are there some of those cuts that you want to see us undo? Do you want to put things back in? Are there additional cuts that need to be made? Are we missing policy areas that don't have dollars assigned to them? It's really up to you, Mayor, to lead the council through that conversation just like normal. But we want all the guidance that the council can give us tonight, because what we're going to do is take that guidance and roll it into the final draft budget, which will come back to you in June at your regular meeting for adoption.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jeff. You want to start?
I don't want to start, but I have a question, but I'll start.
Go ahead.
Maybe. Earlier in the comments, and I wrote this down and forgot to ask before, you made a comment about, I believe you made a comment about changing the direction on the sand ramp and providing vehicular access to the beach.
That's right.
So I'm looking through all this documentation I have up here, trying to figure out if that's in here.
It is not.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's a new, yes.
So can you talk about that for a second? So let me set the ground rules for your talking about it. We have in the budget, in the materials that we have $275,000 of carryover budget for the sand ramp, and this budget that I'm looking at from last week has $125,000 of new budget for a $400,000 total CIP for the sand ramp. And can you tell me like what you're talking about in terms of that money versus like some vehicle or something like that?
Certainly, yeah. Thank you for the question. So the primary purpose of the sand ramp is to get emergency access down to the beach. Someone's hurt, needs to be taken off of the beach. It's an ability to get emergency vehicles down there. This is very, very recent, but we've just been presented with the opportunity working with our partners at the fire department to purchase a vehicle, which is essentially a six-wheel vehicle with a long bed in it. It can go off-road. And the idea behind this vehicle would be it's a way to get first responders down to the beach very quickly. The vehicle can be outfitted with equipment like backboards, some medical equipment, lights, all those things. It's essentially not an ambulance, but a way to get people off the beach and up to the parking lot where there would be an ambulance waiting. That's, we're in the range of probably, $60,000 to $70,000 to accomplish that. There's gonna have to be a little bit of work done to a structure down there so that it can be parked. The vehicle would also be available to police, public works, but primarily would be for first responders to get people off the beach. So with that in mind, that's why at the top of this, I said that one of the things staff will be suggesting in the budget coming up, we'll be adding this in because there's a real possibility that it might change what is needed from the sand ramp up to possibly not needing the sand ramp. I can't say that for certain yet, but this vehicle is something that our fire chief very strongly supports, all the fire captains. It's something that they could use very quickly to fill a gap where we do have a safety issue. It's harder to get people down there, to get people out of there with the current state of things. I can't promise you that it's going to prevent us from spending the $1 to $2 million on the sand ramp, but there's a chance that it could. There's a really high chance that it's going to reduce what we actually need out of that sand ramp, though.
So I have a couple questions
Sure.
regarding that. Two things I can think of off the top of my head that the sand ramp does is, first, it allows for vehicles to, so one of the problems we have occasionally is trees washing down from the Carmel River and then ending up on our beach and then smashing into the staircases. And one of the things that we have done in the past is we have used sort of heavy equipment to mitigate that by basically hauling the tree trunks away or however it is that we do that. With this solution of so will we be able to do that with the absence of the sand ramp? Like can we get a tractor, like without the sand ramp, can we get a tractor down onto the beach to perform that task?
We have our smaller piece of equipment now, the skid steer, which is able to get down there without the sand ramp. Yeah.
So we can haul.
Yeah, we can do something. It prevents us from getting, like large, like backhoes easily down there. We can go, down the Del Mar area there, but.
So this is new to me, so I'm sorry that my questions aren't completely evolved, but I'm talking specifically about those trees that wash up and bang against the stairs.
Yeah.
So we can mitigate that without the sand ramp, we can take care of that issue.
Those type of issues, yes, we can.
Why don't you come up to the microphone, Ken? We only get to hear you talk for so much longer, so please.
Great question. Yes, we have a track loader. We can haul, drag, pull, and then we can also cut and load up that track loader with some of the cut up logs from that tree to move it out. And that track loader can get down to the beach pretty easily, currently.
Okay. And I haven't talked to anybody, so this is, again, I'm just like talking off the top of my head here, but one of the things that we used to use the sand ramp, like people use the sand ramp. The sand ramp is a valid place for people to go valid method for people to go from scenic to the beach. And the staircase that's on 8th is a little bit problematic. I mean, it's not by any means it's the most problematic staircase, but the staircase on 8th is a little bit problematic. The staircase on 9th is sort of closed and all that. And one of the things that this, by not having the sand ramp there, we still foreclose on the opportunity for people to basically walk down the sand to get to the beach. And the thing about, the difference between the sand ramp and the hard sand ramp and the soft sand slope at Ocean is the difficulty that, don't shoot me for saying this, older people or people with less handicaps, people with less mobility might have in making sort of a foot-based transition from above the beach to the beach.
Yes.
And by walking on the sand, like walking on the sand is sort of this indescribable feeling, I think, that is integral to a lot of the sort of experience that people have on the beach. And I don't really know, like, I don't really know how I feel about,
Yeah, and
putting this off yet again.
To be clear, the intention is not to say that this emergency quick response vehicle, this certainly would not guarantee that the sand ramp would go away. And you're right, that area where there's access is an important access point. What it might do is create a situation where the type of entry that's needed there is much cheaper, where we can still have something built and designed that doesn't require the level of engineering to get heavy emergency equipment down there, but still provides an access. So there's some exploration certainly that needs to happen. But I do believe, after talking to our partners at the fire department, that this vehicle that we're suggesting we add for under $100,000 into the budget could save a large sum, and will provide some very quick response for safety personnel down there.
Are you, I'm sort of looking at Shari and Ken, I don't know who I should ask this to. What is where's the sort of, we received at least one email about sort of the progression, about the design of the sand ramp and whatever. What is the integral, where is that? I haven't been keeping up with where that process is. So where is the integral process going with respect to the sand ramp? Is it leading towards a full-blown sand, is it leading towards a full-blown sand ramp at 15 or 20 years in the future? And we're trying to figure out where it's gonna go in that area. There's some talk of it moving around or whatnot. What's the current status of that?
Yeah, so currently Integral is actually doing work on resiliency and adaptability. So with the sand ramp, we actually do have to get the engineering firm to do the actual design. And we do work closely with Integral. So what we're gonna do is work with them in terms of the, the resiliency part of that project. Let's say sand redistribution, that will be part of the resiliency. But the sand ramp is a totally separated design by an engineer. Integral is not an engineering firm.
But are they the integral work is gonna inform what the engineer does, right?
They will be overseeing what the design will be.
Sure, but the engineer is gonna do something to a set of specs. And right now, what does the set of specs say what is the set of functionality, you've talked about, reducing the functionality of the sand ramp that may save us have the ability to do something that's less expensive. Where's the integral study pointed to in terms of and maybe you don't know the answer to this question, but where's the integral study pointed to with respect to what the functionality of the sand ramp is?
They are still working on it right now. I think they'll finish it in 2027. But in terms of functionality, for emergency access and actually also for construction or anything that you bring the equipment, let's say for the beach stairs right now, that would have been really a good access point at this point because it's easier access rather than trudging along from ocean all the way to the beach stairs. So those are some of the functionality of that is first and foremost for emergency. And then second, for operational and anything construction when we do, let's say, beach shoreline. So
the integral spec doesn't include people walking down the sand ramp?
Not at the moment, because they can walk down any ramp that would get built. So the spec is not to be only a pedestrian ramp, I guess.
But is being a pedestrian ramp part of the spec? Is that, if I were to bring up the integral spec, would it say provides good pedestrian access to the beach?
I don't know that, do you?
I'm not sure, but I was told.
Whatever good is.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but I think I remember I'm told it might be also some sort of potential ADA access in the future.
And so one of the things, Councilmember Byrne, is worth noting is we are not recommending removing any of those design dollars from next year as part of this. We may not end up needing to spend all of them, but we don't know enough yet to say that we're completely changing course. None of that, we're recommending keeping that in the budget.
Okay.
All I'm doing is suggesting that we add this $60,000, $70,000 piece of equipment because it's gonna give us potentially some more options as we continue to work with Integral on the design, that we now have a fast way to get our first responders down there, get somebody and get them back up to an ambulance that's parked up on the street.
Which we don't have now.
Correct.
Could save a life.
Okay.
Go ahead, Donna. Where have you been? Okay, go ahead.
Can we see a picture of this vehicle? I've been trying to go online and see what the Baywatch had on their beach. And it was a truck, you know, it was a Ford truck. And so for $75,000, I'd just like to see what it looks like. You know, if it's gonna be permanently at the beach, which is good, and it sounds like we should have it, but is there a picture? Am I the only one like to see what it looks like? So, and I say, go ahead and purchase it, because it sounds like the right thing to do, but for $75,000, I want to see. Thank you.
Yes. Hang tight. I'll get one to Nova.
Nova's, I actually have the specs next to me. Nova's gonna Google it and put a picture of it up on the screen, so people can understand what we're talking about.
Okay.
You want me to go?
Go ahead. So what I'd like you to do now is, we've had several of these meetings, so it might be new to you, but it's not new to us in terms of the issues that some of us have with the budget. So what we need to do now, because we're gonna have to lock this in June, is to make sure that all the issues and questions and concerns that all of us have are surfaced, and to give staff enough information to come back with something that we would accept. And in between, you can have discussions, but everything you have, please bring it up now.
That's a tall order.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, I'll start with.
This whole process is a tall order.
Without getting into, without getting into, like, I'm not sure if all the specifics I have are really necessary, but I'd like to hear what everybody else says before I sort of commit or put a stake in the ground. And I don't mean that
You don't have to do it all at
positionally.
once. We'll go around a couple
So,
times.
okay. So, general comments. I was the one, well, I wasn't the only one that asked about what appeared as Appendix B in the question and answer, in the question and answer session, which was the things that were in the budget presentation under other items. And so staff produced a list. Staff produced this list of $820,000, or thereabouts. That's what my mental math said. And I'll riff, because I like to do that, on a comment that Nancy Toomey made about it being sort of penny wise and pound foolish, because that was in fact the comment that was part of the conversation that I had with Brandon when we were talking about it. And this is the last, yeah, I want to see it too.
So this is obviously not the exact spec one, but this is an idea of what you're looking at. It's a 6-wheel vehicle, it has a long bed, and then it can get outfitted with backboards and lights and all kinds of equipment.
Yeah, I think it needs to be painted that orange color that Dale's truck
We'll
is
have
painted.
a workshop. We'll have a workshop on the color, sir, but this is the,
Okay.
this is the piece of equipment.
Okay, you can get rid of it now.
Thank you.
Can you put up, is it possible to put up Exhibit B from, is page 23 of the questions and answers?
Yeah, I think it's in Jamie's actual slideshow presentation as well.
There was a slightly different version in the slideshow. If
Okay.
the slideshow version will work.
Okay.
But I'd really, if you can find.
Do you want the one from the Q&A sheet as Appendix B? Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yeah, we can do it, yeah.
And, I think it's easy to sort of start at the top. The council hasn't, I've prefaced my comments by saying, there's been a lot of talk about 90-10 or 85-15, and the council we haven't had that discussion, and I'm not bought in, I'll say this, I'm not bought into the 85-15 yet. So, yeah, I'm looking at sort of page 23. It's the last page if you do like just go down to the bottom. Yeah, it's that page. And so when I look at this, these things sort of fall into sort of a number of categories, and I'll just sort of talk about them. You know, the contract services, the tree stuff, to sort of Kelly's comments and the work that's being done on the forest. This stuff, this is just like Bob uses the word like deferred maintenance, and to me, this is just deferred maintenance. And if we don't do a lot of this stuff, you know, if we don't do, you know, this $500,000 of work that's represented in the first three items now, we're just going to do them next year. Like, and you know, well, the first $450,000 of items, and I don't see the reason. Like, to me, it's you know, we have, you know, to Bob's point and everybody's point, we have $9 million in sort of unrestricted money, and I get the desire to be fiscally conservative, but I don't see the advantage in putting off, especially the first two items, because the first two items we're going to do next year, or we're going to do the year after that. And I don't understand why we wouldn't spend that money this year and hire, you know, urban tree cutters or someone else to take out the rest of the stumps and just make progress on it and be done with it. Putting this stuff on this list just keeps that forest rehabilitation project alive for another year and prolongs everybody's agony. And I'm not in favor of that. I would like to see that stuff done. There are a number of other items on here that seem to be sort of fit into the same category, like less digitization, like planning and building. You know, the packet talks about the packet. You know, somewhere on this list, there's an item that refers to like digitization of old ordinances and resolutions, you know, all that stuff that's sitting downstairs in the conference room. And I just don't see why we need to put that stuff off. Again, in terms of, you know, that stuff might be useful at some point in the future. You know, we've had occasional conversations about when things have been done in the 80s. We had a bunch of conversations about A.W. Shucks, and we couldn't find some of the documentation, and maybe it's down there on a shelf. And so I just don't see the reason to put off projects like this until next year under the guise of being fiscally conservative, when this is work that we have the money to do and we should do it. You know, a lot of this stuff just makes sense. A lot of the stuff on here does make sense. See contract services reductions. Yeah, that stuff makes sense. But then you get down to the bottom, and we talk about like employee trainings and conferences. And I think that those things are part of the work that employees do. And I think that it's, you know, a sign of being a good employer that we expose employees to you expose employees in our organization to things that are in the outside world. And it's hard for me, you know, I had one conversation with Brandon about, you know, how many trips is this? You know, how many trips? Like, I looked down on, I had a conversation about the city council, like, what's that $5,200 for? And it's for like reducing, like, to use an example that I know, it's about reducing the council's participation in the League of Cities annual meetings and League of Cities meetings. And some of us find that it's incredibly useful for us, for each one of us, to be talking to people in outside jurisdictions. And so using this one as an example, you know, I would hate to see that budget go away. And by inference, I would hate to see, you know, human resources and especially IT, to see like IT is a field where meeting more people really matters. And so those things at the bottom, reducing conferences and trainings, that seems to me to be just penny wise and pound foolish. And I'm not in favor of lopping these things out of the budget.
Can we stop there and go around and discuss this while you did a pretty deep dive on that. I'd like to know how the other council people feel.
My other thing, we can do that. My other things are much less deep than that.
Let's try to put this one to rest, because that's the kind of feedback they need. I'm going to turn to the stewardship committee. I mean, I think it's admirable we're trying to hit the 85%. I mean, you've got to start somewhere, and the sooner we cut, the better it's going to be a few years from now. You must have had some involvement with this discussion. How do you feel about it?
So to be clear, the Financial Stewardship Committee, I mean, we really try to just stay out of the weeds and work on policy.
Right.
In our first year, last year, we got a little bit into the weeds, but we did a much better job of staying out of the weeds this year, sorry. And none of this was the product
Yeah,
of
I understand.
the two of us doing anything, because that would actually be inappropriate. Really, all we did was ask.
Yeah.
That is, can you go deeper? And if so, what does it look like? And then we need to show your work, and that's all this is. And so I think you're just reacting to some stuff. I have no objection to anything you just said, Jeff. I mean, part of this is to, in front of the public, have the conversation about what cuts might look like, so that because a lot of times they just say, well, you can cut 10%, you can cut another 5%, and it's real stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at.
This is what that looks like.
This is what that looks like. Yeah.
How do you feel, Hans?
So, I'm in favor of the 85-15 as sort of an ambitious, sort of big audacious goal. We're actually at 84. Jamie, I don't know, we're at 84 point something. What's the point? You don't remember? Okay, so anyway, if we were at 84%, 1% would still be, we'd still have another 400 grand worth of room. And I think that could be helpful here. I agree with Jeff's comments. I feel like, Brandon said, I asked him in one of our finance meetings, I was like, are we into muscle? Like, are we through fat and into muscle? He was like, we're down to the bone. And, looking at some of this, it kind of feels like you're maybe into, the marrow. And we, just to kind of walk through the list. So for example, fuel mitigation projects. I think when it was first presented to us in our committee, we were under the impression that it was, the $150,000 was would cover the full scope. In fact, I told somebody that on Friday, would cover the full scope of our fuel mitigation plans for our wildfire preparedness work. So that's one where I feel like my guess is that the community is gonna say, hey, just fund it, just do it. Now, so, there's some other ones on here, the landscaping. I think that people would not be happy to cut 20% out of the city's landscaping budget. And then the tree maintenance, I think one thing to remember about the tree maintenance is last year we had a capital project of $739,000 of tree catch-up work, and it had gone on for, a couple of years. And so, not only would we be going from $739,000 of tree maintenance work there to zero, that's in the capital budget, but then in the OpEx budget, I believe we're also cutting it, at least the first budget that came in that I saw had $600,000 in the operating budget for tree maintenance, and now it's down to $300,000. So, last year, again, $739,000 in capital for tree maintenance. It was just categorized that way. That's all gone. And then to go from the initial budget request of 600 to 300, it starts to become concerning. So I agree with Kelly's comments on that one. And one of the comments that you hear about roads, you hear about sidewalks, and you hear about tree maintenance when you go around and you talk to people. And so this is one where I feel like it's a 1-for-1 reduction in services, and I don't think that's exactly what people are looking for. So I'm not a fan of that one either. So what did I just do? $150,000, $50,000, and $300,000. I mean, it's like $500,000 right there. So, I'm going to continue to make it worse before I try to make it better. We also, we don't have any money for a watering contract for any of the landscaping for the city or for, we planted all these new trees downtown and in other places. And I think that's another place where it's sort of penny wise and pound foolish. You know, for $15,000 or something, we could ensure that all the money we're spending on these newly planted trees or the landscaping will actually, you know, not go and die on us. So I would make a pitch for that. I guess if I was looking to try to shuffle some things around, it was challenging. I went through, you know, in our finance committee meetings, we had access to some pretty granular data on the city's operations, super granular, like to the point where with our housing element, we had a database program that we bought, and like teeny little thing, it showed up as a line item, right? So like I have a high degree of confidence that
$500.
Yeah, we were seeing everything. And so I went through this morning for an hour and a half, couple hours, being like, what can I propose to offset this with? And I struggled. I really did struggle. Now, again, you know, the elephant in the room is like, look, mostly the city is paying for salaries in the operating budget. So these are all the, you know, non-salary expenses. But of those, it was really hard to find something that it was like an obvious decision. You know, I think there's some things that we could look at. We're spending $25,000 on an internship program, which I think is kind of a nice to have, but maybe something to look at. You know, we are still spending $78,000 on mail delivery. And so potentially maybe you go and try to make that means tested. So in other words, show some level of financial need in a way that is not operationally complicated for us to process. You know, it's just interesting. I mean, we're spending $30,000 on a car week shuttle, for example. We've talked about sort of over tourism and sort of the nature of car week. So, you know, there's some other things that you could look at in here. You know, is it possible to find another $100,000 somewhere else? I think it is. And so I identified somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 and change. You know, what I would like to see is to have those things put in, and then to have us find $100,000 somewhere else, and then we wind up, instead of at 84%, at 84%, at 85%. And again, what do we mean by that? We basically mean that of the revenue we get, you know, operating expenses are only accounting for 85% of revenue, right? So that's what we mean by that. So that's kind of where I'm at on those items.
Okay. Bob, do you have a comment?
I'm not gonna belabor it and go into the details. It's, to get after the $100 million in deferred maintenance and the $40 million in unfunded pension liability, we have to find the money somewhere. Focusing on ops and what we spend on operations is part of it. The fact that we're at 90 is good. I'm with Hans. I think we need to always challenge it, but I'm not going to get into that level of specificity on. Other than everything I think Hans and Jeff have said is correct. So I'm not disagreeing with the need to put some of those things in. Just, you know, something's got to give, and we haven't had a revenue discussion, so that's all part of it.
So, playing off of one of Hans's comments, this used to be capital. Some of these things were in capital before. I mean, they're sort of related, taking care of trees versus taking care of streets. And that's one of the issues that we're having, I think.
That's actually really.
That's Jeff's point.
Yeah, I'll just say when we did the cleanup effort, which was $1 million a year for 3 years, again, launched by a previous council, we said that's capital, because that's really dealing with deferred maintenance, and we decided that we would categorize that as a capital expenditure. It's got a finite beginning and a finite end, and you can measure the result, as opposed to operations, which is just something you do every year. And you can debate what's what. Yeah. There's no hard and fast on that, but I think trees is one of those that kind of goes either way.
Alissandra, do you have a comment on this?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I agree with the comments from the members of the public and Jeff and Hans, Bob as well. With the items, those forestry items that equal $500,000, those really seem like things that we should keep in there. Those are vital, and if we start getting behind on those, it's just going to be more that we need to catch up on a future year. Regarding the digitization of documents, I actually had a question how it's done. Do we ship it out to a company to do it, or is it literally like an employee with a scanner that's doing it?
It's a great question. So if you remember 5 years ago when I started back over here in the planning and building department, we had a bunch of file cabinets back there, and I found through an RFP process a company that does it. And what it turns out is in the scanning and digitizing world, you do not want to do it yourself. It is a really serious profession. They have really expensive equipment. So the process is you box up the files, you send them to them. They're all very like digitally tracked. They scan them and digitize them. They come back to you in the box that then goes to your long-term safe storage, like in Iron Mountain, some places temperature controlled. So no, we do not do it as a contract with somebody.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the explanation on that. So, I mean, that is something that it is beneficial and it's an ongoing process. I mean, if we, maybe do a little less this year, it is certainly something that we can do more in a future year. And Hans, I agree with the watering. If we're going to go through the expense of planting the trees, we should at least give them a good chance to survive by giving them some water. So I'm with you on that. One other item I just was going to say is also, since we are doing a tri-annual budget review, perhaps we can tinker with a few of these things once we get to, our next one. So that's always an opportunity as well.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment? I just want to throw out there. So we do water our trees, but the Councilmember Booter's comment really comes down to putting a specific line item in the budget that's for watering, so that it doesn't, because right now the money that goes towards watering comes out of like other operational accounts, and so from my seat, I think that's a wise idea to just have a line item dedicated to watering, so that that's what that money specifically is for, and doesn't go to other things as we work through operations. So I just want to clarify that we do water trees, we just don't have a dedicated line in our budget for watering.
Okay, Jeff, I think you had something you wanted to say.
Well, I want to be clear about like this list. Like what's happening, like Brandon, have you heard enough from the five of us that you know what you're going to do with all these items on the list? And let me preface it by saying, I didn't really enjoy looking at this list. And it's exactly what I thought it would be. It's pretty much exactly what I thought it would be, the tenor of it. Because I think this is your responsibility. Like, I think that Bob talked about getting to the bone, cutting to the bone, or I think Bob's word was marrow. And I think that it's our job to tell you sort of how far to cut. And I appreciate that you have this, I appreciate that you showed us where we are in terms of how deep we're cutting into the bone. This is too far for me. And I would, I don't know whether to tell you, you should just take this $820,000 and put it back on the budget, like put it back into the budget and reincorporate it into the operating expenses. Like, I don't know how to give you instructions about like this list. I would prefer to tell you, like, we can either go down the whole list, or I can just say, put it all back in and let you manage, like you told us what it was gonna be, and let you manage the list. That's what I would prefer to do. But I guess the five of us can decide what we're gonna do with this list. I wanna make sure that you have instructions.
That is ultimately what I need from the council. What I've heard consensus on is putting the 3 forestry items back at the top, back into the budget. I've heard definite consensus on that. And I've heard consensus on adding a line for watering.
But that's already in the budget, right? Like
a specific line for I heard $15,000.
But isn't that didn't the public works budget already include the task of watering? Aren't you just gonna take it out of the general?
No, we would be adding what I heard was add $15,000 more dedicated specifically to watering.
Well, that's I don't know whether you're watering the trees enough, and I don't think, I don't mean to, I'm not sure Hans knows whether you're watering the trees enough either.
Yeah, I'm just answering your question about what I heard from you guys.
What I heard him say, he's gonna make some visibility on the watering itself.
Yeah.
And so I don't think we need to drill into that level of detail.
So finishing answering the question, those are the only things that I heard consensus on. I did hear from Councilmember Booter that to offset, that's basically $500,000 worth of adds back into the budget, because again, these items are not in the budget right now. So I have consensus on adding $500,000 back in. What I heard from Councilmember Bruder was he would like to see $100,000 of cuts to get it back to the 85-15. So I would appreciate direction from the council, at least a majority direction on if that's the approach we need to take. And to your point, Councilmember Byrne, if council just looks at this list and says, you know, well, let's put all $800,000 back in and manage it as best you can, that's fine too. We do need that direction. Currently, none of these items on this list are in the budget.
I think there's a consensus that this was a healthy process. Does everybody agree with that? What Bob said? And I think from a management standpoint, it's just good to always do that, to make sure that we're spending money wisely since there's limited amount of it. And I personally would like to see you making those decisions all the time rather than us telling you to put all of it back in. I think you can go through here and say that digitizing stuff is a step too far. We should just keep doing it because we've got a process set up. Sometimes it's expensive to stop and then restart. I would just like to see you make that decision if everybody agrees with that, rather than say, put everything back in. I just think this is what we have to keep doing for every year in the future. And we've got the discipline set up. I'd like to keep doing it.
I was just going to say, philosophically, I think that it is, I hear what you're saying, like about sort of micromanaging the process here, but I feel like it is squarely our responsibility to listen to residents and to opine on these exact kinds of things.
I think the big things.
Yeah, if we feel like
the big things.
To get to this number, we can only do half of the fuel reduction work that we think is needed. Hold it, wait a second.
Yeah.
I think that is completely like what we should be focused on. And, I do not, when I said $15,000, I was just throwing out an order of magnitude. Like, I'm not telling you put $15,000 in the budget. My goal is to make sure you have enough money in the budget so that the plants and the trees can be watered on a best practices schedule, right? And whatever that number is, that's kind of what I'm going for. So I think that we, as council members, we do engage with citizens, we engage with the process. I've been working with some residents for the past several months on downtown tree wells. And so I actually do have a pretty good sense of what's happening with our trees. I've been working with Scott Lonergan and several other folks. And so, if we see something like that, I think that is our responsibility to say, hey, I noticed this. Can you just make sure that this happens? And that's the way that I'm approaching it, is just from a policy level. Let's just make sure that that's happening. Whatever the dollar amount is, I'm okay with it.
Can I just add? I'm okay with the cuts. Hans, I think we're on the same wavelength, because I think the 85-15 goal is important, so I want us to get there. But I'm also okay with staff keeping that concept in mind and just having an ongoing, like, how can we save some money here? How can we save some money there? And I don't want us to micromanage that process. I think that's up to staff, the department heads, and our city administrator to do that. I wanted to touch on the 8th Avenue sand ramp because I didn't get a chance to talk on that. And Jeff, I appreciate that you brought that up. I think it's still very important to have, because there's emergency and operational needs that that are associated with it. And it is a very important way that people have pedestrian access to the beach. So one way or another, I definitely think we do need to get that repaired and rebuilt. But I certainly support the purchase of the emergency six-wheel vehicle in the interim. I think that's smart, and when we can get some use out of that. And as Hans even brought up with the animal control vehicle, like maybe we can find a used one out there or something, so here and there we can, kind of make the numbers work for that as well.
Okay, to close.
I still don't understand what's happening.
No, I still don't actually have the direction I need.
Let's close out this list.
Okay.
What I'm hearing is that consensus is don't take out the big items at the top. That's what I heard. Correct?
But do take out, so the consensus is that we're going to do fewer conferences and trainings for everybody across. So we won't be able to go to League of Cities. Human resources, people will not be able to go to the CalPERLA conference. Well, that's actually.
Well, what we don't know, Jeff, is what the number was. That would have been in future. put, here's what it is, here's what we're cutting. Because maybe the conference thing is $60,000 and we're cutting 5. All right, so we don't really know how big it is, but I think the smaller things, you should use your judgment. Don't cut conferences and training for employees when it's a critical part of their job, but we already talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
I think the smaller things, you have to have some discretion. But what we heard clearly tonight from everybody is those big items need to get done. Jeff started that discussion, Hans jumped on it. and we had
But
several-
to be clear, I support what Jeff's saying. We spoke about this in the
Yeah.
finance committee. Like you had something where you were gonna go only one time to a city managers conference instead of twice, and we're like, hey, that's exactly the kind of thing that you should be doing. You might go to that conference and find something that saves us $500,000.
Right.
Right? So it is kind of penny wise and pound foolish. So, that's really small dollars down there at the bottom. I don't know if I added up for the conferences, it might be, $10,000 or something. So I agree with Jeff on that point.
Yeah, and I think, so, the same road, like fewer TOT and sales tax audits. And my question to you, Brandon, would be $17,500 for fewer TOT and sales tax audits. Does that mean, is that like also penny wise and pound foolish?
It's about half as many audits.
But revenue wise, like
Yeah.
bottom line wise, like that's like the conversation that we always have about the IRS. Like we do fewer audits and so maybe we collect less money. Like, if your charge is to bring in the money that the city owes, like how much is cutting $17,500 gonna cut from the budget? Like if we're gonna, yeah.
I totally understand, and to be clear, like I welcome the council putting all this back in and giving the discretion to us to work through these numbers. I can't do anything with these. I can't make those decisions if this money isn't in the budget. So none of this currently is in the budget, like I said. So if council wants to put all of this back in, then certainly we will, all of us, department heads, myself included, will work towards the notion of saving in all these areas as we do every year. But this was, an exercise that we were tasked with to bring, deeper cuts in operations and how we would get towards a more responsible operating budget. And so I really just need that direction from council. What I hear right now is put the big stuff back in. It sounds like training maybe is back in. I welcome any direction from council.
Brandon, what's this list total?
I think it's 800. Can you scroll to the bottom for me, please?
I thought it was like 820. That's what I added up.
Yeah, I
in
guess
my
the
head.
total's not on there, but it's like 820.
Yeah, so 455. I think what we're saying is put 525 to 550 back
Okay.
in and then maintain the rest. It's something,
Okay.
so.
Great.
if
So
just-
we'll
if
come
you have
back in June.
A bogey to shoot for?
Yeah, we'll come back in June then with this, the ones that I got clear direction on, and then if there's things on here that I think are penny wise found foolish, I'll make a recommendation to you in June of adding those back in.
I thought that hearing you talk more about, for example, the contract service reductions, that one was very interesting because you were really sharing that it's just something we've never looked at or haven't looked at in a long time, and how much redundancy is there? Have we really pushed back on our vendors as much as we should? I think the answer is no, and we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. The other thing I heard, I'd like to get consensus before we break for dinner because it's dinner time. And I promise we'll get back to the subjects that some of the people came here for when we first come back from dinner, is the vehicle. I heard a yes from Alissandra. Everybody in favor of the vehicle? The beach vehicle, the rescue vehicle for the fire department?
I am. I think it's public safety.
Sure.
Okay, you've got 5 on that.
That was easy.
Thank you.
All right, now we're gonna break for dinner. We'll come back. How long do you guys need? To everybody? 25 minutes? 20 minutes?
25.
25, so we'll be back at 5 after 7. All right, so we're gonna break for dinner.
Hey, Bob, do you want to just have that conversation right now that we're going to have?
Okay, we're back in session. And the subject is still the budget. And I'd like to start off, since we still have some of our marketing partners here, I'd like to start off with a discussion, if it's a topic that any of the council people would like to comment on in terms of the marketing partners and the amount of funds that the city has in the budget for the chamber, Visit Carmel, See Monterey, any of that subject, so that they can finish up and leave if we're finished with that. So who would like to start? Was that a topic that any of you wanted to talk about tonight? Just to make it clear, do you want to talk about the June agenda in terms of TOT and sales tax?
Yeah, just to be clear, so right now on our agenda in June are the two ballot measures. They will be brought forward as resolutions that are able to be adopted by council for sending into the county if you wish.
So that's in June. So there'd be a significant discussion about both of those.
That's right.
Possible decision, but the final decision needs to be made in July.
That's right.
At that meeting. So given that.
So it will be, sorry, it will be agendized so that we can make a final decision in June if we want to.
That's correct, on both measures. Separately, but both of them, yes.
And if we make one final decision, if we make a final decision in June, can we reverse ourselves in July? Like, is it can we go, like, maybe that's a question for next month.
I'm gonna look to Nova because she's our elections expert. Once we send in something to the registrar saying we want to put something on a ballot.
Can we say
do it
just
in
kidding?
June, can we take it back in July if we wanted to?
There is a deadline where you can take it back. It's in August.
Okay.
I don't know the exact date, but there is a date in August where you can pull it back.
So then in July, you would be able to pull it back if you wanted. Yep.
Okay, given that, Alissandra, do you have a comment regarding the spending on marketing with their three partners?
Yeah, I don't quite have my thoughts all right,
Okay,
'cause I
all
didn't realize we're starting on that.
Is anybody prepared for that? It's got to happen sooner or later.
Sure. I think I sort of had my comments the other night. My main comment is I haven't been able to attend the Visit Carmel board meetings. Just schedule conflict kind of conflicts when I pick my kids up from school. But I want to try to make that happen. I'm interested in this group that's been formed as well. I guess I'll start with See Monterey. I liked what I heard from Rob O'Keefe in terms of, I think what he told us was 80% of their marketing goes towards fly-in marketing. I'd like to kind of double click on that just to get some data and learn more and verify. But that to me gets at the heart of some of my concerns, which is, I would like to make sure that this marketing, I would like to push, again, it's not in our locus of control, but I would like to push our partners to make sure that this marketing is as targeted as it possibly can be. Because I think that what we want are overnight visitors that, as we all know, spend more money, and preferably overnight visitors that are flying in. Honestly, they spend the most money. International visitors spend even more. And so the challenge that we have, I think, is that we are getting a lot of day trippers. And what I want to do is spend some time exploring why that is. First of all, is it true, right? So Brandon has an ask out to COD about wastewater and sewer volume to try to get a metric on, do we have more people in the city than we had in years past? I've also heard some chatter about, this may have been Nancy Toomey's idea, about the flock cameras and just a count on the number of vehicles coming into town. So, we have data on the marketing budget, which has grown. I can't remember if I corrected myself the other night, but it grew from a base of, it was like $500 and some odd thousand in 2019. Originally, I showed something that showed 2020, which is obviously an off year, but $500-something thousand to, I think the marketing budget now is like more like 1.8 million. I have to go back and look. So we know that the input has grown in terms of marketing. We know that, or we think that the output has grown. That's the sense that people in the community have. We want to get the data on that. So we would need to get that data, and then assuming that shows that there are more people coming, the lived experience for people is that they feel that way. They feel like it's sort of over-marketed. What I'm interested in is how could we work with our partners to make sure that we're doing things that are rifle shots as opposed to shotgun shots. And so there's a lot of leakage. For example, like if you do a TV ad, it's just less targeted, right? And so you're gonna get more leakage and more crossover where you wind up having day trippers. And so I wanna have those conversations because this is something that they're all very knowledgeable about. And where are those TV ads going, right? Like Visit Carmel spent $550,000 on TV ads. I don't know. I'd love to know where are the TV ads going up? Like, are they going up in the Bay Area? Or are they predominantly going up in fly-in markets? I'm really interested in that. Rob O'Keefe had a really interesting comment about how they are intentionally targeting people that have showed some interest in visiting California or an overnight stay in our area. And I'm sure that our very competent team at Visit Carmel is doing some of that. I'd like to know how much of what we do is that, because I feel like our interest as a city is maximizing our revenue, but there's a governor, which is we don't want to do it to the point where we are feeling over-touristed, right? And so we're aligned to a point, right? And so the question is there a way that we can achieve that common goal of maximizing our revenue while doing it in a way that keeps the total number of visitors sort of where it is, or maybe even lowers them by having fewer day trippers? I would be okay to have more occupancy and more overnight visitors and fewer day trippers. So to me, I'm okay with keeping. I would feel irresponsible cutting these things down because of just where my personal lack of knowledge is. So what I'm committing to do, and it sounds like we have a group in the community that's willing to do it, is take the next year and really dig in on that data from these groups, understand better what they're doing, and try to make it the win-win that I think it can be. So
at this point, the 90K, about 290K and 60K for the chamber, you're good with the numbers that we have? Okay. Do you want to go next?
I've been kind of vocal on this in the past. I'd kind of like to hear what my colleagues have to say
Okay,
before
all right, good.
before I do.
No problem. Jeff, are you ready?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
I have a number of comments. I've made all my comments about day trippers in the past. I like, we are stewards of the beach, and that includes day trippers, which I would point out includes people from Monterey and people from Salinas and all that. I think that's part of our responsibility. So, I heard, and I don't want to pick on Rob because he's not here, but Rob is concerned about day trippers. And I really, to Rob, and I haven't heard this from Amy, but I have heard it from Pam a little bit. I really don't like hearing that we are trying to reduce the number of day trippers coming to town. Like, we manage the beach for all of California. That's part of living here. I truly believe that this is, our beach is a public resource for everybody to enjoy. And I do not like hearing personally language that refers to reducing the number of day trippers. Like, I've said that, I'm going to keep saying it. I don't really know what to do here. I'll start with the Sunset Center. I appreciate Beth's comments about the endowment. I hope that we can hold their feet to the fire a little bit. I've heard some comments in the past about sort of the reluctance of the Sunset Center board to reduce, to sort of raise money when they don't know if they're gonna be in charge, after the lease is renegotiated. Personally, the Sunset Center Corporation is it. Like, there's no one else that's gonna take over the Sunset Center Corporation. They are the partner. They are, from my perspective, they are a permanent partner. And we need to figure out how to work with them with some sort of knowledge, some sort of understanding that that's the case, to help them raise this endowment to help with the upkeep of the building. I'll save the rest of my comments, so I'm sort of fine with that. I look at the Visit Carmel, a little anecdote. Dave Potter and I almost came to blows. I haven't told this story before. A couple of years ago, I was the alternate on TAMC, and I showed up at a TAMC meeting. I happened to be at a TAMC meeting where they were voting on whether TAMC was going to pay $500 to be a member of the Monterey Chamber of Commerce. like this is what it was. And there was a huge argument at this government organization that, every city in the county and all 5 supervisors are in this room about whether TAMC is going to pay $500 or $1,000, whatever it was, to be a member of the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. And I don't believe that. I don't believe in. I talked about this last week, in the concept of pay to play. Like, I do not believe in that. Like, we are the government, and you are marketing partners, or you are the Chamber of Commerce. And I do not mean that we shouldn't have a relationship or that we just shouldn't work together. But I don't think that we need to pay money to be invited to the table, because we are the government. Like, we're elected officials, and you represent commercial interests or whatever. And that notion kind of rankles me. It still rankles me. And when I look at the Visit Carmel list, when I look at the list that Amy provided, $30,000 for the Chamber of Commerce, I honestly think that the city should pay that money to the Chamber of Commerce directly. I think the Chamber of Commerce represents the businesses, and admittedly, they represent more than the businesses that are not in Carmel, and maybe that's an issue, and maybe it's not. But the Chamber of Commerce represents the businesses, like the whole business community, and I honestly think that having Visit Carmel be a pass-through for this $30,000, I think that's just not how this should work. Other things on the list were the wine walk. We talked about responsible visitor management and whatnot, and I don't see the wine walk and the Meet the Maker events being particularly responsible tourism. So I have an issue with that. To be clear, I have an issue with the city paying for it, not with Visit Carmel using their own funds to pay for it. So I still have an issue with some of the money that we're paying to Visit Carmel. I think in terms of, it's clear from listening to the conversations, I think, Bob, we've talked about sort of visitor impact, which is still how I think about the troubles here. And I think that it's I think eventually it's just gonna be on the city to manage visitor impact. I don't think that it's not in the wheelhouse of Visit Carmel. It's not in the wheelhouse of Visit Carmel. It's not in the wheelhouse of Sea Monterey. It doesn't appear to be to manage visitor impact. And I think that is something that we as a council are gonna have to wrestle with the next year. And I think that is sort of orthogonal to whether we pay money to Visit Carmel or Sea Monterey or not. Sea Monterey, I'm really struggling with it a little bit. I don't want to micromanage what Sea Monterey does. I don't have any expertise in that. I'm going to trust that they're doing the right thing. And so I'm still struggling. I'm still struggling with that. So I'm still struggling and unknown on what I would do. And like Bob, I would like to hear from everybody else.
Okay, did you have on Visit Carmel, what was your proposal in terms of they have a 90K ask right now?
Well, honestly, I think it's a pretty easy call for me to reduce the number, whatever the number is, by 30K and just give that money to the Chamber of Commerce to support the visitor center. I think the visitor center, I think the visitor center and to give Visit Carmel credit where credit is due. I think some of the maps that they do and whatnot, and they provide sort of graphic capability to the Chamber of Commerce that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't have. And so I think that some of that stuff actually does sort of benefit the city, but I would like to see that 30K, at least that money, like I would like to relieve Visit Carmel of the responsibility of funding the Chamber of Commerce altogether. And I would like to just give that money, I would prefer to see that money just go to the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. I could have Amy come up here, but I asked that exact question because I basically said the same thing last week. And I think, I don't want to put words in Amy's mouth, but I think it's not really just giving money, it's the whole marketing expertise, is what you just said. They're sort of providing an integrated service to provide all kinds of things, a basket of things to the chamber that they couldn't do on their own. But
I don't think, the Chamber of Commerce is really not the Chamber of Commerce, like from my perspective, and this may be wrong, isn't really a marketing organization. They're a support organization for the businesses in town. And I think those two expertises are pretty different. And I would prefer to see us decide like how we're going to manage that. And if we don't, we don't. But I would like to see that at least that $30,000 go just straight to the chamber, and for us to have a little more influence with the chamber in sort of how they interact with the city and whatnot. Like I'd like to be us.
Okay, that's clear. So minus 30K for VC and plus 30K for.
And I said this, and I did say this last week, and I don't know if we've made any progress on it. I do think it's problematic for the city to have two marketing organizations. Like I think that See Monterey and Visit Carmel, like I know that they have different markets and all that, but I don't think the city should really be, I would prefer that the city not be dealing with two marketing organizations. I would rather us just deal with Visit Carmel and have Visit Carmel deal with See Monterey to the extent that Visit Carmel thinks that it's in their interest or not in their interest.
Okay.
To engage See Monterey.
So for this year, were you ready to talk about See Monterey and what your recommendation is there? Or do you want to wait till I'll leave it blank for now.
Yeah, I'll let someone else go first on
Okay.
that.
Alissandra?
Thank you, Mayor.
No problem.
Tourism has basically always been an issue as long as Carmel has been around. It seems like with the social media, digital era, it feels like it's intensified or something has gotten a bit worse. I mean, and we're hearing it from people in town that it just feels like it's just more crowded than it's ever been. It would be nice, as Hans mentioned, to get some data. Is this really true or is this just anecdotal? So I would be interested with this group that's formed to get a little bit more about their what they're planning on doing, and certainly would support continuing the conversation and seeing what they can come up with and show us over this next year or so. As far as the spending, so we've got 60,000 for the chamber, 90,000 for Visit Carmel, and let's round it up to 300,000 for See Monterey. So we're talking about 450,000 total. You know, relatively speaking, these look like minor amounts compared to how much these groups are actually spending, especially the last two are actually spending on marketing. And as we saw, just the Visit Carmel marketing budget went from 325,000 to 1.8 million, which is a staggering number when you think about it. So, you know, even if I don't know if there's much of a feeling for this on the council, even if we reduce these numbers by a little bit, is it really going to make a big difference? So I think at least right now we're getting this conversation going. So that part is positive and hopeful, but I still do worry about the over-tourism and the over-marketing and hopefully this group and hopefully with having, you know, the community as a whole more aware of it, we can make some positive impacts. But like I said at the start, you know, tourism has always been an issue here, and we also rely on tourism to, fund our budget. So how can we make things better for the residents? Let's hear what members of this group has to say.
Okay, so in terms of the budget, it sounded like you're okay with just leaving it for this year, but continuing that discussion in more detail with the new
Sure.
group and just a more serious discussion
Yes.
early in the budget season next year.
Yes to all that. I mean, if there is some, interest by the rest of the council
Okay.
to make some minor reductions, I mean, I'm certainly open to that. I just don't know in the big picture if it's really, really more than a statement rather than actually having an impact on them.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to revise your comment. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll start with the Sunset Center, and what Jeff said is, it's all about the endowment, and we just really need to see some progress on that endowment. You compare it to the Library Foundation. Let's do that with the Sunset Center, because it not only helps the city, it just makes it a more treasured building, and it's a really cool building, and it should be at the same level of treasure as the library, if not more, frankly. So, and I know they've hired probably the right person to be after that. I think that's just it just needs to show some traction, and I'll leave it at that. Chamber, I'm always okay funding a chamber. I think that a chamber is an intensely local entity. It's our local businesses. It's your voice, and so I'm actually, that one doesn't give me any heartburn. For Visit Carmel-by-the-Sea Monterey, I know I struck a nerve last time we talked about this, and I kind of did that on purpose. I was just wanting to know that you were listening. And I've since shared via email on my own with Carrie and Mark, just some suggestions that I have. Kind of at the root of them is I would like to stop having this conversation every year if we could possibly do that. I would love for us to not have to have an opinion on your marketing. I'd love for us to just be out of the marketing business. And every time you come and ask us for money, that pulls us into the marketing business. That if you don't need the money, and I know I accept the rationale you've come to us of what the money is for. I get that, but I'm kind of with Jeff on the pay-to-play. I mean, I think if you want to have somebody from the city on your board, I think it's a good idea. I don't think we should, I don't think it should be tied to money. And if you don't want somebody from the city on your board, you guys created this thing. And some of the suggestions I gave, for example, were if you don't need the now 90, thank you for the 30, acknowledge that you have a lot of money and don't ask, because that helps us achieve some of what we're also trying to achieve for the benefit of everybody. I would love for Visit Carmel to make the decision about funding Sea Monterey or not. Because we're dealing with two parties, nobody else. I mean, I asked Rob this last time, PG has something, but none of the other cities have their own improvement district. We do, and I gotta believe everything that Visit Carmel is doing is of use to Sea Monterey as well. Maybe not everything, but much of it, if you're sharing materials. So in a perfect world, you could absorb that or just make the decision, given that you're different, that we're different from every other city, what should we do? I'd at least like your advice on it. I was happy to hear about a task force being formed. I didn't quite get the message clearly, really what you're focused on, but that's okay, because I think you just met yesterday. So I applaud the fact that you've done that. I really look forward to hearing. I would like to hear back in June, kind of what your progress is. And if you can act on any of the things that I'm talking about, I know that's quick, but that would be great, because the things that I think I would like to see you talking about are targeted marketing, everything Hans said, acknowledge that there's an impact of marketing, and I don't think, Jeff, I don't object to day trippers. I object to marketing to day trippers. All the people, I agree, it's a beautiful place. I've been lucky to live in beautiful places for the last 25 years that tourists love to come to, and I understand that, and I enjoy the tourist amenities that come along with that, so I understand the yin and the yang of it. But I just don't think we need to be marketing to anybody other than people that put heads in beds. And I'm not that good, I don't know how to do that. Could your task force even ask the question, do you need to spend every penny you have? And I'll share, I think some of you guys know, and when I lived in Telluride, I was the chairman of essentially the equivalent of Visit Carmel, it was Visit Telluride. And I was a lay chairman, I was a chairman because I'd been a mayor, and then I represented the community, not because I had any knowledge of the lodging industry, other than sleeping in a lot of hotel rooms in my life, and certainly not marketing. But I learned a lot, and it was, that experience informed me, and it's just some small data points, but they were incredibly well-funded, and they lost half of their funding because the towns decided to put it into housing. And the numbers didn't change much, which is interesting. Now, what they didn't stop funding was airlift, was flights. Different market, much more dependent on flights. But they continued to invest in revenue guarantee programs. It was just an intense focus to get more seats into a very small airport with great success. And then they focused intensely on filling every plane. And that's why I asked you guys, do you know how every flight is performing? And again, it's just informed by my one experience, but we did. We were watching every day, and we had access to all the loads from all the airports, all the airlines. And again, we were watching them out months in advance, and if we saw that Dallas wasn't loading, we'd just spend like crazy in Dallas. When the call to action, there was a call to action, and it was buy a seat on an airplane. I mean, it was butts and seats. And so I share that with you to see if there's more you can do. And Rob, you sort of acknowledged that maybe you could get, and I think it's normal that ends up being the domain of the airport administrator, and yet that's often not the expertise of an airport administrator. Sorry, I'm a little long-winded on that one, but it's just something that I'd love for you as your task force to look into. So with all that said, I want to hear back in June where we are, and it's going to be the same thing on TOT and all our revenue sources. I mean, we've on purpose kept the conversation going month to month so that we don't make a decision too quickly, right? And we're going to run out of time. We pretty much run out of time in June for the expenditure side, and in July, no later than July, on the revenue side. And then, on the impact and just the number of people in town, again, using the wastewater numbers, that was again something we did in Telluride, that we just measured toilet flushes, and we knew exactly how many flushes were happening, and we extrapolated that into the number of people. And it was really amazing to see that the disconnect between occupancy and people in town. They're not, in that instance, they aren't connected. And Pam, that's where I was hearing you saying, well, do we really have over-tourism if our occupancy is down? And I just don't think that the correlation is all that strong between your occupancy and the number of people in town, because you just represent 1,000 rooms. That's, 1,000 or 2,000 people if you're full. And there's a lot more, I think there's a heck of a lot more people in town than that. So I'm not sure there is a correlation there. So that's a lot of talk, but I really do appreciate the response that I got personally from everybody that I reached out to. Carrie, thank you, and to the two Marks. And I look forward to seeing what progress you make. I'm here to help. Thanks.
You're going to hold comment in terms of the budget?
This is absolutely something that I'm going to wait until June to make a decision on the expenditure side of it.
Yes.
For me personally. Again, I would like to get, they heard me, so.
Okay. I'll be short-winded. I have, and I liked everything all of you said. I think the comments were excellent in a wide range of things. I've said this before, but I went to a lot of Visit Carmel meetings, and you're going to be impressed, I think, with the sophistication of their marketing, Hans, when you do go. I wish they recorded them and we could watch them later, but they don't. And I used to be the comments about over-tourism, the impact on the community, you should be helping with that. And then one day I woke up after I was on the council and realized that the council voted for the first percent, the council voted for the second percent, and it had a time frame to it when they voted on it. And at some point that will be up for debate and you can change it. To change it in the middle of that is, I'm sure, difficult, but they also have been doing a lot of things with stewardship and other things along the way. In terms of the 90K, which was 120K, I personally wish, and I've said this to them before, their mission doesn't include that stuff. I wish they would have a mission change, because I think they could at a board level, and just take that on so that they're helping more than just the hotels and the restaurants, and they would have to decide that on their own. But that would simplify this whole discussion that we have to have every year, because I think it's a lot of work. I think it would just be easier to just do those things for the good of all the other businesses as part of their mission, because I think with the extra 1%, they have the funds to do that. But that's not going to happen this year, so I'm okay with the 90K. I'm okay with the Chambers 60K. I'm also okay with the 30K that Visit Carmel is doing, but I like the idea that Jeff had in terms of how do you rationalize that spend. In terms of Sea Monterey, I like what Sea Monterey does. I love the idea of having Visit Carmel and Sea Monterey more closely aligned so that we don't have to deal with all these separate budgets, that somehow that gets done together if there's enough money to do that. Anything you can do to simplify our job would be great. But I love what each of the companies they do. The over-tourism thing is a problem. The speech I gave at Visit Carmel this year was sort of the 1%, the 2% was voted on by the council, but the responsibility to take care of the tourists once they're here is really it's our job working with you to do that. And we're still not doing that. So I would just leave it the same. I think we have plenty of votes to give you direction that we're keeping that. And Bob and Jeff have sort of kept their votes back, but I think you have enough direction that it's probably going to happen.
I believe so, Mayor. We'll leave that in, and then, of course, you have the discretion in June to change that.
Yes, we could.
Can I-
We could all come
wanna
back and
comment?
do that. Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to, no offense, I'd just like to correct something. I've said this before, Visit Carmel is 2%, that's your money. Like, I don't have any interest in, you do what you do with your money. I've made some comments, but I want to be clear that it's your money. And I do disagree with the mayor. Like, Visit Carmel came to the council to, to set up the, what is it called? The improvement district? It's not a hospitality, there's state law around the setting up of these districts. Like Driscoll Strawberry uses the same law and whatnot. But I don't view that as we made the decision. We did not make the 1% or 2% decision. You guys made it. Like the hotel industry made a decision and we act as a pass-through to that. I was happy to do that. As I said, it's the hotel's prerogative to do what they want with their money, and we were just the facilitator of that. So I don't claim any, I don't, like it, yeah, it wasn't our decision. So, okay.
All right, if that's true, I stand corrected. You have to come up. Happy to hear from you, though. And happy to correct my comment if it's not true.
Yeah, no, this is
I've never
just
been
more about
corrected.
numbers, and I just don't want, misinformation being out because it was said publicly. I know you referred to Visit Carmel's budget in 2020 and our revenue being in the 300,000s. Well, that was during COVID. So there was no tourism. So of course our revenue had gone way, way down. In 2019, our revenue collection was almost $1 million. In this fiscal year, it'll be a little over 2 million. So yes, it's been an increase, but not the dramatic example if you had started at 2020. If you'd started at 2019, we were almost $1 million. This year we collected a little over 2 million. And also in that time period, we formed a restaurant improvement district, which is a whole other revenue source, which also added to our income, but created a whole new set of programming. Lastly, the targeted marketing that you all, encourage is much more expensive to do. So, and costs have gone up exponentially, as we all know, in these last 8 years. So all of that needs to be considered instead of just saying we've had X to X. It's just not nuanced enough of a take. And then regarding the chamber, the 30,000 goes specifically to fund the visitor center, not just the chamber. And that's to help operations. And the city asked us to do that, and we stepped up. And as I said last time, we feel it's a very beneficial strategic partnership that has now formed. Our relationship with the chamber is better than it's ever been. And we are working together on all sorts of projects that I think I know the chamber has been extremely appreciative of, and so have we. And we're just working more closely together. If you want to make the change, I don't think it will make a huge difference in either organization, but there is a real strategic alliance that has formed because of our financial tie. So I think that's all that I just wanted to make sure I got out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't comment on Sunset Center. I've been very involved with that. I parrot Bob's comments almost exactly. And I'm happy to see that they're making efforts, and we're going to encourage that and be very positive about it working. So thank you. Let's move on to revenue. The revenue side of this, which was the first presentation we saw tonight. I'd like to find out if there's any questions, comments about the revenue presentation that was given to give direction to staff. Hans, do you want to start, or Bob, you want to start?
I'll start. I don't have a lot to say. TOT raises $2 million if you take up 2%. 2%. The sales tax increase raises about $2 million. Don't know yet what paid parking could possibly raise, Pam, but we are looking at it in June, and hoping that's part of what we'll get. And that's based on a lot of assumptions. I get that, but I think we need to understand that. And as Hans has said before, those are 3 levers we have, and the 4th lever is continue to focus on our operations so that we have more to spend on capital. And that's on us. We're working on that one. In terms of what to put on I'm in favor of putting something on a ballot. And whether that's one thing or 2 things is a conversation I don't need to have right now, because I think we're teed up to have that again in June. And I certainly hear support and opposition to all of the above, and I think we just got to keep listening.
Any other comments on the revenue presentation? You were happy with Jamie's presentation and how she presented it?
Yeah,
okay.
I was
it made
delighted
sense.
with Jamie's presentation across the board. Thanks.
Okay. Hans?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think this group is going to kick the can down the road until the until the very last moment.
I wasn't really going for that. I just,
So if there are other people that want to really have the discussion, I'll have the discussion. Otherwise, I'll kick the can down the road like everybody else.
I wasn't asking for the TOT and the sales tax, but
Oh,
it was a nice try.
Mayor, I can offer
Why don't
really
you
what we
tell
need
what you-
tonight. What we need
yeah.
tonight is not decisions on the revenue measures.
Yeah.
What we just really need tonight is we presented the draft budget a week ago. We're back here at the workshop. If there's some glaring assumptions you think are incorrect on our revenue projections, or if there's something with revenue you think we missed, that's really what we're looking for tonight. Not what do you want to, if you guys want to go down the road of deciding that tonight, we don't need it though on the TOT and the new revenue sources. We just want to know, did we miss something? Everybody happy with the revenue?
The only thing that I would say is, I guess, like I said last time, and we've kind of been having the same meeting for several months now, but the city, compared to where we started when we came out to the council, if we had the same trajectory on operating expenses, there would be $6 million more of operating expenses in the budget that we just saw, right? So we've already, I think, done our part. And so, we're trying to get to $10-ish million a year. That's $6 million. And so TOT would be 2, sales tax would be 2, we're gonna have a discussion about paid parking. It sounds like people are generally on board with roughly 85-15 based on what just transpired on the expense discussion. So it seems like we're sort of pulling that lever. We'll get pretty close to 85-15. That's $6 million. So we've pulled one lever, we have to pull 2 more to get to $10 million. And I think it's just a helpful framing. So.
Can I go backwards just because I want to answer your question?
You absolutely can. Let's do a restart.
Just to answer your question, Brandon, so just the fundamental change we've made in estimating revenues and expenses, that, we inherited the CHIP model, and I don't think he would object if I referred to it as the sandbagger model. A sandbagger being a golfer who claims to be a high handicap and then wins by over-performing, so under-promising and over-delivering. I think the previous approach to budgeting was to under-promise on revenue, so lowball the guess of what revenue is going to be, and then allow it to overperform, so more came in, and then was to also underperform on spending, that you would assume very high spending and spend less. And the result of that was something we benefit from right now, which is a significant fund balance. So I sound like I'm critical of the approach. It was just a different approach. And that is what has made, and that made money available for capital spending. And I think that was the rub, that because we weren't focusing on capital first, the capital wasn't getting done because, and this is the question a lot of you have asked, because the capacity wasn't there to get it done. So we just had year after year after year of not really making much progress on the CIP. And, so we've switched that to a capital first approach. And that's getting into the expenditure side. But I think just the difference in revenue projection is we're just trying to be more accurate and not sandbag either one, the revenues or the expenses. I know there's views that we could be more aggressive, less aggressive. I think I think Jamie made the right balance, took the right balance into account. I think we're being aggressive when other cities are not. And, we're special, but maybe we're not that special. So it's probably the right approach to the revenues.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't believe, Gary will appreciate this. I like to think I'm a straight talker, and we have gone through this sort of, I encouraged us to bring up the TOT back in February so that we could have the time to have this sort of lengthy discussion that we're sort of seeing unfold between now and next month or July. I think that the length of that discussion is good for us, and I would hate to waste a month, or I would hate to waste even a day of being able to further that discussion. So I'll be upfront I think that there is significant support in the community for a tax. I think that the two of you and the council have made a good showing that we need the money, and that, you know, we have this backlog that the two of you have talked about pretty consistently, and thank you for doing all of that immense work to do that. I think and I'm looking at Carrie, because Carrie's a friend of mine, and Janine, because Janine's also a friend of mine. You know, if you went out into the populace, you know, the population of Carmel, and you asked them whether they wanted to see a sales tax or a TOT, like if you made them choose one, they would choose the TOT. Like, I think that's the reality of what I hear. Like, and I'm only one council member, but I have received, you know, a couple of emails that, you know, from a couple of residents that say, I shop here, I don't, you know, I'm on a fixed budget, I don't want you to raise my sales tax. So I have actually received emails like that, and I don't think it's I would say, you know, to Hans, I would say it's not a statistically valid sample, because it's only like 2. But, you know, no one is sending, you know, with the exception of basically the CRA, which is, I find peculiar, no one is really getting up here and saying, I don't want to see the TOT raised. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Like, you know, it's just fine. It reminds me, it's a workshop. And so that's fine. No one without a dog in the fight has said, don't raise the TOT. And we're in a difficult position, and I'm not saying that that's what I would necessarily do or not do, because, you know, we know about prejudging things and all. But the truth is that my truth is that that's what I'm hearing. And so I'm not saying, you know, I don't mean, you know, and Carrie, we have a pretty honest relationship. I'm not saying, like, I don't say this to threaten you, like, this is not that. I hope you don't take it that way. This is just what I'm hearing. And so that's my reality. And so I say this tonight because I want to continue this, you know, we have another month to, like, continue to have this conversation. And I think that saying it just furthers the conversation, and it may not be in a direction that you like, but the fact is we're going to get there anyway. You know, in June or July, we're going to get to having to make this decision. Yeah. And I think it's important that, you know, I feel like it's important that I contribute to that conversation at this opportunity, rather than, like, saying these words at the next meeting. So those are my comments.
Do you have comments in reference to Brandon's request in terms of the revenue side of things, in terms of the budget?
Yeah, I'd like the numbers to be higher. But no, I don't have any comments.
Okay, Alissandra?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep this pretty brief. I think we should keep moving forward with both revenue sources as far as the sales tax and the TOT. I'll wait to June till we have the paid parking discussion. But one item that I would like to request that we have the numbers for is, now that we're going to be doing full-time parking enforcement, if we could get some kind of an estimate of how much money that would bring in, and if we could also maybe have a discussion if we wanted to raise the amount of a ticket price as well, when we talk about the whole parking issue in June. And also, I support the cost-cutting efforts to get us to the 85-15, so that's kind of it.
Okay, and that brings up the final point. I think the numbers look good. And I agree, I'd like to see the enforcement, I'd like to see the parking that's coming up in June, if you can include the enforcement on that agenda item. And I've got a comment I'm gonna make about looking out 5 years to close tonight. I'll hold that back for now. The 85-15, I did get an ask from Brandon if we could have that discussion. I actually think we already have 3 votes supporting it based on my read of the prior discussions we've had.
What I need is, We've accomplished it this year, but all I need from this council, because we currently in your budget book have a written policy that says our current policy is 90-10. What I really need from council is, do we want to leave the budget policy in the budget book at 90-10 and just shoot for 85-15, or do we want to change the words in your budget book that changes the policy to 85-15? So I need an answer to that.
Yeah. Anybody want to lead?
Yeah, I have a sort of objection, a legal objection to that. Like, we can put in the budget book, that we shot for an 85-15. Like, I'm clearly not on board with that, but it's okay to put that in the book. But it's not okay to, from my perspective, we didn't agendize this as a conversation on whether we were going to an 85-15 metric.
Yeah,
And I would strenuously object to using the word in the budget book that said this is a council policy or not. That conversation has not been had.
So let me read.
And this meeting was not agendized as that.
Sure. Maybe a better way to ask that is, because we would put that, we can put that on the agenda for June, that we would be changing the June, but I need to know, do we want?
This is an eye roll.
Okay, but we need to know that for the budget book. Right now, it's just gonna stay 90-10, unless we get direction to bring something back for you guys to consider as part of the June meeting, whether or not you wanna change it. So if I get three people that say they wanna at least talk about it in June for the adoption hearing, changing the policy, then we'll bring that back for a conversation.
I'd like to talk about it in June.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about it in June.
I'll be vote number 3 for that.
Okay, thank you. All right. That was all I needed, sir.
Okay. So you are going to put it on the agenda for June?
We will make sure that the item is agendized in June in such a way that you guys can have the discussion if you want to change your policy in the budget to 85-15.
Okay, thank you. All right, what have we left out, Brandon?
I believe we have all the direction we need, sir.
I've got some CIP comments.
Yeah, it's still open, like if you guys want to talk about more of it.
I just want to make sure
I've got what I need.
you said there were a few things.
Those were the things I
covered
needed.
those.
Thank you.
We're still open for discussion in terms of any questions any of us have on the budget, including CIP.
Sorry, so now we're moving on to
Freestyle.
freestyle.
Yeah, back where Jeff started. I wanted to correct it with the people that were here, but now we can go back and just, anything you have on your list. We'll just go from person to person at this
So I'm
point.
going first.
Yeah.
Yeah, really the only thing the only thing we haven't talked about in terms of operating expenditures is our employees. We have 87 employees, and I think one of the things I've learned to appreciate about our employees is we have 87 employees that do like 1,000 things. Because we have to do the same 1,000 things that a big city has to do. We just have to do them with 87 people. So said differently, we have 87 people doing 1,000 things, where a big city has 5,000 people doing the same 1,000 things. That allows them to specialize, and specialization typically yields efficiency. Where we don't have anybody that can be a specialist. All of our employees have to be diversely skilled and multitaskers and do a lot of things, and I do appreciate that about our workforce. But I think our workforce is also expensive, and just to share it is salaries of $15 million, pension of $3 million, that's $18 million. And if you divide that by 87 employees, that basically each employee costs about $200,000 a year. And I'm not here to say whether that's a lot or not a lot. It's just, I think, a number that we should be talking about. I think this is as much a conference. This is really a statement for next year. That I think I'm really pleased with everything we've done so far and the way we changed our approach to budgeting. But we haven't talked about the efficiency of the workforce, of being better, faster, cheaper, more predictable, and glad to be of service. And I really want us to be shifting our focus, adding to our focus in the next fiscal year to have more of that, And that's more of a reporting thing than a budgeting thing. But I think we owe it to our citizens to know that, that they're getting their money's worth from our workforce. And so I kind of want to just put this out there as a reminder to our employees, is $200,000 a year, a third of that comes from the property owners, roughly, and roughly a third of it comes from the hotel operators and owners, who are also property owners, and roughly a third of it comes from the business operators who lease from property owners. And those are just round ballpark numbers, so that's roughly, $70,000 each. So if you're making $200,000 all in, I wish you would, as employees, understand that, sort of, when you see Carrie Tice as a hotelier, that you understand that her and her business have contributed significantly to your salary, because that's where the money comes from. That when you see an owner of any business, that you understand that's where your salary is coming from. And when you see a property owner, you understand that that's where your salary is coming from. And those are the people that are requesting services from our workforce. And I just want to really encourage Brandon and your ongoing leadership to focus on that and to get our employees a little more focused on it as well. Other than that, on the budget, I think we've made really good progress. Thanks.
Thank you. Hans?
I've got some sort of less thematic comments than Bob. They're more a little more granular. So the first one is in this sort of freestyle category, the 10-year street improvement program. In the budget, and this could just be the way it was drafted, I saw the mention of getting all the roads to at least a PCI of 50 within 10 years, and I saw getting the average to a PCI of 80 within 10 years. But there was a third prong of the 10-year street improvement program, which was implementing preventative maintenance practices at best management practices intervals. And I would just love for the budget book to memorialize that.
Yeah.
I had a few sort of random comments about CIP projects. I'm still, like, the more you dig into the budget, the more we're having these conversations about things that are $20,000 and, it's real money. And so I also spent a fair amount of time looking at our unassigned fund balance. I had some slides that I will spare all of you, but basically it was what Bob did, which was looking at kind of a layman's look at our assets and our liabilities to try to simplify it for people and to look at the trend in unassigned fund balance over the past, going back to 2016 actually, which is really, we were at like $1 million of unassigned fund balance, and it has grown. It grew up to $17 million, and now for the first time it's ticking down to the point where Jamie thinks we're gonna have, your number was like 9.2, I came out to like 11, so we should talk about that. But in any case, orders of magnitude, we're going from 17 down to 10-ish, something like that, projected by the end of this next fiscal year. And so I guess my point is we need to be thinking about how to best spend that money, to state the obvious. And so when I look at something like $300,000 for resurfacing the Sunset Center parking lots, I just don't feel like that's the priority right now. And I feel like there's a decent chance that something happens with those parking lots at some point, and I'm like pretty content to just let them kind of rot for a little bit, because I don't want to spend the $300,000. It's just not my priority right now. I think people would want us to fix the sidewalks first. They would want to say, hey, take that money and just fix more sidewalks. So that's just a thought. And I'm looking at Brandon, but I really should be looking at all of you. The other one was Piccadilly Park. I continue to be a little bit concerned by we're adding literally, I think it's one stall, right? One stall, $150,000 for design, $600,000 for construction. It's a $750,000 project for one bathroom stall. And I get that it's like in a location that a lot of people want to be at, but I would just, again, encourage us to be a little bit more creative and think about, like, is there a place where we don't have to rework all of the plumbing in the sewer and tear up a whole park and all the hardscape? Like, maybe there's a more cost-effective place to do it. I mean, even just thinking about like wayfinding and signage, maybe people aren't going to the First Murphy House, but like maybe if we had better signage, maybe they would. The other one is the North Dunes, and again, I'll just step on all the third rails tonight, but basically, when I was on the Forest and Beach Commission, I see Kelly back there, we had an interesting presentation about invasive species in the North Dunes, and I believe what's budgeted is like $200,000 this year, $200,000 next year, and $100,000 in year 3 to remove ice plant, you know, and I don't want to minimize it. I'd love to just have a discussion about it. But again, when I think about all the things we have to do, when I think about like the things that we talked about cutting, like we were going to cut fuel mitigation, like to protect ourselves from fire. We were going to cut going to conferences for our city administrator. So to spend $200,000 on that like every year, because one of the questions I asked when I was on the Forest and Beach Commission was, do we basically have to do this every year? And they said yes. And I just wonder, like, at some point, do we just have to step back and say, you know what, guys, like the ice plant won? So I don't know. It's just these are the kind of the hard conversations you have to have. Like, is that where we want to be putting our money? So, and then the only other smaller nit that I would add is, and it's very micro, but we got an email on it today, and I actually had been walking on it on Mother's Day, and it reminded me the 11th Avenue walkway to Scenic has some pretty gnarly, like 6-7 inch
Stumps.
Yeah, like well, stumps, but then also like divots that go like straight down. And I've told the story before, but I almost dumped a stroller full of kids on that walkway. And so, I mean, I would love to see it redone, and I know there's some drainage issues that the abutting property owner has mentioned, but at a minimum, we need to get out there and just cover, you need to fill in those, it's not really a pothole, it's kind of like anyway, it's unsafe, so.
No, they just did the hot mix last week, unfortunately.
Thanks.
That was great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick CIP comment. So we're spending 8.5 million, and a big chunk of that really is the 3.5 million for the Police Department Public Works Project Architect. So if you take that away, you've got the 5 million for the rest of the CIP, and we are going to be hiring another project manager. So I know there are some concerns in the public, but that amount does seem doable. And so, and just a quick update on the actual PD Public Works Architect selection process, because it's sort of been put on hold for the past 2 months or so. But Jeff and I are going to be meeting with staff this Thursday to start continuing where we left off, going over the proposals that we received. But I do have some concerns with the fact that we're losing Ken and won't have a public works director. As far as moving forward to the actual process of architectural plans and all that, I really think it would be important to have a new public works director in place before we can get to that stage.
Thank you. Jeff?
I'm good.
You're good? Great comments. Sort of an aside, Brandon, I want to make sure that your customer service improvement program, we won't get into the brand names at this point, but it is branded, that you have that properly funded. That's really important. Everybody agree with that? I think we only got one. And I didn't see anything in particular about that. I want to make sure that you're just moving on all cylinders with that. I agree with everything Hans said about the CIP projects. I've pulled a lot of this rubbery ice plant there. It's not normal ice plant, by the way. That would be easy because it's really difficult. But we could absolutely, with the help, by the way, we have 3 Forest and Beach Commissioners here at 8:15 at night, and that's a good thing. Thank you so much for being here. I used to do it, and I would get all the volleyball players. I probably had 25 volleyball players out there, and we pulled a massive amount of that ice plant. I've had MPC native plant students, 20 or 30 of them out. And we're not doing that anymore, but we could. I mean, that's one of the ways you fill these gaps when we start cutting $10,000, $20,000 here. There are people that would like the exercise. Trust me, it's good exercise. So I'll get with Joey Canepa, or you can, Neil. Do you know Joey? I assign Joey to you. That's doable, Hans. Great point, great point. And the other points you brought up were really good too. And hopefully you got those down, because I think that absolutely we could cut some of that out.
I'm not.
Well, yeah, to be clear, I was going to ask a question. I was going to come back because I'm listing the actionable things. I was going to pull you back, so
I'm just,
yeah.
They're worth looking into,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
I'm not saying do it, just, he brought up some great points. I like the better, faster, cheaper comment. This, my last software company, our slogan with the customers was better, faster, cheaper, choose any 3. And we did it, and so I think that's a good motivation. In terms of capital projects, again, it's sort of like the library. I don't know how we account for it, but it's nice to get credit for a $17 million project that we're involved with helping to manage, because it is an accomplishment. On the same lines, I don't know how much the value is, but we could probably figure it out, the work that COD is doing. And they're gonna be paving our streets on Thursday and Friday. I know they were going around my neighborhood doing the ceiling, they were doing Mission, we've been doing Dolores. So those are all capital improvements that we're not having to pay for, sort of like the library. We should probably be tracking that, because they're improving our roads. I don't know how we do that, but we probably should. And thank you to CalAm and COD for all the investment they made in our city this year. It's significant, and it's been a lot of work and a hassle for businesses and residents, but it's almost over, so thank you, everybody, for putting up with it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. That is what I needed. I will say, maybe I'll just take the temperature from the council, because I heard 3 sort of actionable items that we could bring back for further discussion next month and propose changes. But I heard is doing something with the $300,000 that's proposed for the Sunset Center lot work, the Piccadilly restroom. We've got I think it's $150,000 in there for design. Looking at it right now, 150, that's right. And then the North Dunes habitat restoration. So I'm looking to council for a majority. If you guys want to explore reducing, changing more of those, we can work on that. I will say, for what it's worth, I did have a meeting last week with a contractor who has looked at the Piccadilly restroom before, explained a little bit more about the project and how the plumbing works. They said, I think they had maybe thrown a number out there previously that they could design and build it for, $100,000 or less. They did change that.
It was about two and a quarter.
Okay, so they did say that it certainly, they think they could do it for far less than, the $600,000 or $700,000 we have in the CIP. But it is, so we're gonna continue to work on that. I think the design work is important next year to leave in, but we may be able to get more out of that money. So we're gonna continue to manage that and try to make that a better project with less money. But
And that particular contractor has the blueprints from the existing one. So
That's
that would
right.
probably reduce the design.
Yep. So I guess I'm opening that up to council. Do you guys want to continue conversations about those 3 items, Piccadilly, Sunset Center lots, and the North Dunes habitat restoration?
I do.
Yes.
Okay,
That's 3.
okay, we'll bring that back for conversation as well. And I think, Mayor, I've got everything I need unless there's more freestyle that wants to be done.
I've got a final statement.
Okay.
Anybody else have a statement they want to make in closing? No? All right. First, I want to acknowledge the work that went into this budget. Again, getting operating expenditures down to 84% of revenues after coming close to the policy cap last year is a genuine accomplishment. And it reflects real discipline from Brandon and the department heads, and that deserves recognition. But I think we owe the community an honest assessment of what this budget does not solve, and it's come up here in different ways, is that the 5-year forecast as presented shows us drawing down reserves every year, and that forecast assumes flat salaries, today's construction costs, and CalPERS hitting its return targets. When you apply even modest real-world cost escalation, the gap grows significantly and the timeline to reserve depletion shortens. Excuse me. The revenue measures we're discussing are worth pursuing but are limited. Even combined, they are unlikely to close the structural gap, particularly if we take on significant new debt for capital facilities at the same time. The honest conclusion of this budget is that conventional measures will probably not be enough in the long term. At some point in the not too distant future, this community is going to need to have a serious conversation about significant new revenue, not just new taxes on existing activity, but new sources. And we're somewhat limited with that, being not a charter city. That conversation needs to start sooner than later, and it will likely include leveraging our city properties, something which is currently not on our priority list. And that's one way to deal with capturing revenue from people who are coming here who aren't staying in one of our hotels. I'm supportive of adopting this budget. It's a responsible work in a difficult environment, but I want us to be clear-eyed as a council about what we need to address in the future. And I think we've all made comments to that extent today. So thank you very much, and thank you for all the people that are still here. We really appreciate you taking part in this conversation, and I hope you're as impressed with what's going on as I have been, because this has been quite an adventure over the last year and a half for, I think, all of us. So thank you, everybody, for being here, and unless there's anything else, Brandon, we stand adjourned.
We're not going to do the priorities.
If you're going to move the
we forgot one thing. We've already sort of decided.
Yeah.
We have another agenda item today, but you're right, thank you. Good thing I have 4 other council people in Brandon and a city attorney. We had another agenda item, which is to go through the list of strategic priorities that we have. I believe that it's a consensus of the council at this point that we would like to put that off until June. And we have a new way of looking at that data, I hope, by the time we get there, so it's a little more easy to understand.
I think July, sir.
July?
Yeah, it's on your June. The June meeting's only 2 weeks away. The July meeting is one that's already scheduled.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's July.
Yeah.
The only question,
we just had the meeting today, so sorry, I'm still resonating with me.
Yeah, the only question I had was, these priorities apply to the calendar year.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're like in month 5 of the calendar year.
That's right.
So,
but for what it's worth, we have, so the list that came out of the workshop, we got 3/4 of the way through it. We have been working on the priorities. The plan would be, if you do move it, we would be coming to that 6-month review with the report out on what we've done, and then also finishing the item to get the last
And if you
6
want
topics assigned a value of like what level of priority they are.
And if you want to do it tonight, I'm happy to do it tonight. I think we had a reasonable level of consensus that we would like to push it off, but I'm not going anywhere.
I'm just curious how you're prioritizing things if we don't have a priority assigned to those, to 1/4 of the list of priorities.
I mean, we're still working on things. We haven't stopped working because that priorities list isn't done. And largely, like, as we've been going through this budget process, what we've been hearing from the council through the budget process has also informed, where we're going with our priorities. So we're okay waiting until July. It will be fine.
How many people want to do it now?
I mean, I'm looking at everyone and I'm getting the vibes. So I get the vibes.
Look no further than Bob.
Hans, I will stay here.
My preference would be. I know.
I got my phone out.
Hans, if you can get another vote, I'm here.
Calendar.
Well, I got 2 that's going to be difficult.
It's good practice for you.
No, I just feel like, I know we've talked about making it for like the next fiscal year, but that's not what it is. Like, it's for this calendar year. And I
This
feel like it's
calendar
just kind of malpractice for us to get halfway through the calendar year and not have finished the process. But that's my.
Rob, give us one of your.
I think malpractice is a little strong. I think we've had some good discussions on priorities, better than before, and than we've had before. I think our exercise in priority, in setting priorities found itself into this budget significantly. So I'm okay waiting till July, because I don't think having this conversation starting at 8:20 tonight will be necessarily productive, and also it's not gonna change this budget, and that's really why we're here. So that's my view. That's a no thank you.
I think we've got 3 votes at least to continue it to July, it turns out. All right? Anything else that I'm leaving out? No, sir. All right, so we stand adjourned. Thank you.